Autumn leaves are falling in the fair city of Perth, and at the Scottish International Open some big names have fallen too. Many still remain though, and today in the second round we expect the action to be just champion. 4 champions of the world on display today. Bernett, champion 2014, is first on the rink this afternoon, up against David Holt.
David Holt's a class player. You know, he obviously played for England and now represents or plays for Australia, out in Australia, so you know, he's a really quality player.
Alex Marshall has no fewer than 6 world titles to his name, but it's that elusive first Scottish title that he's focused on this week.
It would mean so much to win, you know, up in Perth, Scotland here. It's a great venue and it's one that's not in my CV.
If Taddy's going to triumph in 2015, he'll have to get past the 2010 world champ Greg Harlo first. It's the tie of the round and our second game this afternoon. And rounding off today's entertainment, it's 3-time world indoor title holder Thompson up against England's David Richardson.
He's a good player. He's obviously won his opening game, and anybody who could beat a seeded player's obviously got a useful amount of talent, and it'll be a hard game.
Yes, lots of fantastic games coming up this afternoon, but already at the Dewar Centre in Perth we've had one match this morning. Jonathan Ross against Jamie Chesney. Jamie Chesney knocked out David Gourley in the first round, and Johnny is through, but my goodness, he had to work very hard for it indeed, winning on a tie-break, 2-1. What a match it was. Bernett against David Holt, Alex Marshall and Greg Harlo, David Richardson against Thompson are the other matches on today. The bottom half of the draw will be sorted out tomorrow. Yes, hello and a very warm welcome to this fine arena here in Perth, and we are eagerly anticipating these 4 world champions that are going to be on the rink behind me. Yesterday was a great day, today will be even better, I guarantee it. So let's get to the first match then. It's David Holt against Bernett. Well, 2014 was an extraordinary year for Darren. In the early months, he won the world indoor singles title at Potters, then followed that success with gold for Scotland in the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. Winning the Scottish International Open title here in Perth would be a fine way to wrap up this year. Well, the reborn Australian David Holt knocked out former world champion and now Scottish international coach John Price with a lovely display of precision bowls in the first round. Born in Eccles, David moved to Oz around 12 years ago, but has won Commonwealth gold for England in the fours.
I thought I played really fairly consistently. You know, I can probably improve slightly, there's no doubt about that, but all in all I was putting bowls into the head, and I think that's the key in the first round, is try and put as many in close as you can and you'll hopefully get the rewards, and I did. You know, Philip struggled a wee bit, to be fair. I think he can play a lot better than that, but you know, you can only play who you're playing and try and be as consistent as you can.
In terrestrial bowls, if you like, sort of you know, not World Bowls Tour, I've been going pretty good, but this is a separate issue. This is you enter a qualifier and then I think about 6 or 7 games to get through. So yeah, so it's nice, but the main thing for me is I've got my family in Manchester, so it was an added bonus to, it's like a free trip to come and see my family, so that's the main reason why I gave it a go, I'd say.
David Holt's a class player. You know, he obviously played for England and now represents or plays for Australia, out in Australia, so you know, he's a really quality player, and I'm going to have to be, you know, as good, if not probably slightly better, to give myself a good chance.
If you win around here, and a lot of Australians don't win around here, so I mean, in a way that was a bonus to get through the first round. You're not going to get any easy games. There won't be any easy second round games, I wouldn't say. So I've just got to enjoy it. You know, I've nothing to lose. I'm just on holiday, so it's great.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a very warm welcome to our first 2 bowlers here this afternoon. Former England internationalist and world pairs champion, David Holt. And up against David this afternoon, former world champion and current Commonwealth singles champion, Bernett. This really should be a wonderful match. Enjoy it here live on BBC Two Scotland with David Corkill and Paul Mitchell in the commentary box.
Thank you, Diggy. Good afternoon, everyone. So a man who lost just 2 ends in his opening round match, Darren Bernett, faces an altogether different prospect in the shape of David Holt. Having, as he said, got through his first round game, he'll have had a chance to see what the surface is like, bring back a few memories, and see if he can find a way past Darren Bernett.
Yes, I don't think too many people down in the Southern Hemisphere will take too much notice of David saying he's here for a holiday, because he's not like that at all. He's a competitor. He's here to win, and we all know that. At least the ones that remember David Holt from many years ago, but I've been tracking his career down in Sydney over the last number of years, and it's been a successful one. Plays in a lot of good high-level competitions and does very well. And of course the speed of this carpet is not totally dissimilar to the outdoor greens that he plays on.
Well, he's immediately opened up on a shorter length jack. One behind, one in front.
To green.
I have noticed over the few matches that when the jack is very short, some players are playing the forehand more often than the backhand, because it just hangs off a little bit. Longer jack length, backhand seems to be very reliable, good swing. It's just toiling a bit, this one.
3 green.
Darren on the outside of the mat, trying to help the ball back on the bias. Still have to push it out wide. You can't go narrow to it. This looks better.
From red. Gap is 2 inches.
And David Holt missed the chance to close the head down with a second, third ball.
Comes onto his backhand. Well, again, weight is the issue. And that's frustrating, David, when you've played your first ball, you know, a foot or two behind the jack, that you drop your next 3 short, and way short at that.
Well, that one did hit the ball up a little bit. It wouldn't have been just too bad, but he did move hands. Yeah, it's one of those ones where you miss a chance with the middle 2 balls. Don't expect to keep Darren Bernett away from it if you do that.
It's too lazy. So he'll take the single.
1 shot, Darren Bernett.
Well, a poor end from Darren Bernett, but played one good ball. He'll be happy to take the single out of it. It's an interesting, very interesting history to David Holt over the years. He came from a crown green background up in the northwest, Manchester direction, up into Blackpool, where he was manager of the Blackpool Indoor Bowling Club for many years, where the PBA qualifiers were held one stage. Used to go over to those myself at one time, and unpredictability of that particular green was that there was various rinks that worked with different bowls, and David was a great font of knowledge to change bowls for every game.
Yeah, he said he visited the site of that former club when he was last over, disappointed to see that it is no more.
Yes, it's gone. Newton Hall is now taken over. Successful club it is too.
Oh, the line was good. Just see how short he was.
As Darren was saying in his interview, you know, you can't take liberties with people who get through to the second round, but in particular people like David Holt, his track record and the fact that he's playing such high class bowls in Australia makes a massive difference.
One green.
He has a good success in Australia, certainly of late. The champion of champion in 2013. Qualified to play in the World Champion of Champions tournament.
Coming down well here, Darren. Just the wrong side. Still, good second.
One green.
He's close with this. Oh, that's brilliant. Brilliant ball. Really well played by David Holt.
Two green.
Was a choice here for Darren Bernett as he watches, as he walks back. That's a lovely shot, but those green balls just come into them. He'll be able to spring the jack out.
It's not going to be easy with this shot because you do have to narrow the green down a bit, and that forehand, well, it might be better going stronger at it. That's what he's doing.
He's got a chance.
Now, will the red ball stay on? And it has. Just got a very thin edge. Looked to be bang on target. Very happy with that result.
Well, his ball staying in was key.
One red.
It's just tricky enough to beat this because he's going to have to play across it. You can't play the narrow side, it'll bend away too much. So he's going to have to play the forehand come across the rink.
Well, he had a look to see what his options were. This is a hard shot to play.
Well, it's new line. Once he crosses the centre line, it will bend very quickly. So it's all down to the amount of weight he has. He played that well. Played it really well. That's a very good ball.
One shot, David Holt.
Well, good play from both players. They've certainly found form. John Price, the Scottish coach, watching on.
So he's watching for Darren Bernett, of course, and Darren Burnett's part of the team that will be going off to the Atlantic Rim in Cyprus 2 or 3 weeks' time. For the Atlantic Rim's a world qualifier for New Zealand next year, and Scotland are sending out an incredibly strong team to that. They're taking absolutely no chances.
That length 24.5 metres.
If Scotland aren't strong enough in a number of sports, David, we can't take any chances in any qualification.
Don't think there's any risks taken with the bowls when you send out that team, believe me.
Oh, definitely not, but no.
The new player they're bringing in is Stuart Anderson.
He's got a future.
He has. A couple more years, he'll know what he's doing. Know what you're saying? Yeah, okay.
Well played, David Holt. This is turning into a very intriguing contest. Contest we were hoping we would get.
bit unlucky. Just come across it and framed it a little bit.
The nearest one that side, 10 inches from Jack High.
Still drawable at 10 inches if he wants to, or else he can play through it.
It's an invitation to have a little run. Darren Bernett.
Just one and then through the gap. Sometimes you're better having those gaps around the place. That's actually a better end now for David Holt.
Both the balls went off the rink. The ideal for Darren Bernett last time would have been to run the jack through. And the ball is just put back.
It's almost exactly the same, and I can't imagine Darren changing his shot on this one. Damage limitation, 1 or 2 balls out at those angles. Chances of both of them this time. Yep, there they go. Jack will go on the respot, and it'll be very far away from anything else.
Both players 1 ball to play. It'll be a 1 ball drawing competition. Darren Bernett has a little smile. Even early in the match as it is, that's good for Darren Bernett. 2 weighted shots, 2 strikes.
And a big smile.
Yeah. So there's the respot. Dan Blewett moving out the way.
Well, David deciding to come across the rink again. Must be playing fairly strong bias balls because there is a road at that length, even on a full length to the respot position. It's not bad, but it is beatable. Well, like that to have been about another 15, 18 inches closer.
So again, Darren Bernett has the option of following that, or he could change his hand and play right out to the edge of the rink.
Well, he would normally play the narrow side, but the green ball's just come across slightly. Playing the open side. Ball down to weight. The line's certainly good enough. Seemed to get it away a little bit gentle.
Just looked a tad wider and a little bit lazier.
1 shot, David Holt.
David Holt. That'll feel like a shot that Darren Bernett dropped rather his opponent earned. Having got the strike and his opponent dropping so short.
Well, that's the thing, he played 2 drives. Just trying to get his weight back going across the green. If the jack had been in the middle of the rink, he would have been very disappointed, but 2 drives and then playing across like that, it's hard to get it just right. It's only 1 shot, I'm not worried too much about it, but it's going to be an interesting battle this, because tactically it's going to be nothing between these players. Just Darren's greater experience on the indoor portable rink.
Green.
It's quite handy there. Slightly in the way in the forehand.
Nearest bowl is, the gap is 5 inches, 8 inches short.
Well, he's going to try and clean house here.
Not going to make it though. choice for David. Put another one in because the 2 green can disappear again. The alternative for him would have been to go deep, but he's happy enough to draw away.
3 green.
That's good stuff. Darren feels he's committed. Close this time. Oh, that's another very good result. On target, but good result.
Well, there was 3 against him, so that's a good shot from the Scotsman.
1 green.
Wasn't too far away from getting it absolutely plumb, but the jack just to wiggle its way through towards the red balls, handy enough. Wider line, extra couple of feet, will bend a lot there. Oh, he's missed a chance. Missed a chance to absolutely nail it.
He was dropping the leg slightly, trying to urge the ball on. The indication it was short. Having played the last 2 with weight, time to draw.
Better line. Just needs to sneak up a little bit more.
Well, he's trying to push it. He's trying.
Oh, just made it.
1 shot to Darren Bernett.
Well, he had a little bit of space to draw in, and he took every inch of the space available to him. It's been a tale of the singles so far.
Jack length 29 metres.
I think it'll also be a battle of the jack lengths by the looks of it as well. Darren going long, David going short. It's you let one go like that, you know you're short. You just have to watch it to find out how far away it is.
What red?
Front ball. Here's the shot.
Two red.
Oh, plenty of room for both players to get their balls in there. This is the one you want to do it with, the third delivery. That looks quite narrow to me. You can't go searching for tight lines, and any of the WBT events. They just doesn't happen. Those portable rinks, and even the big swinging rink at Blackpool, the tight lines just don't work. That was a missed chance.
A little kick of the ball and a grimace. Dan Bernett will expect to put a third shot in here. He's urging it forwards.
Three red.
Well, that's a looser lying three.
Wow, it's just too loose. I'm surprised he's coming up. He's probably just coming up to, he'll use a timeout and just relax and chill on things and look to see where he needs to be.
Well, the two short green balls don't leave him many options.
Yeah, but it really should be dropping into there. You know, the target ball is the bottom red one, and you shouldn't really be anywhere near the front ones. There's probably the guts of 3.5 feet in that to actually draw the shot all around the jack. David would normally do that in his sleep, but it's always a little bit different when you're out there. We can afford to miss the front balls by 2 feet and still draw the shot.
Well, he's off after it.
He's on a better line, that's why. He knows the line's good. It's all about getting back to the red ball if he needs it.
Oh, it just scraped away.
Well, he dropped back. That might save something. Maybe just the one. Close enough.
Yeah, he'd certainly take the shot. I would get them strung. Well,
one shot, Darren Bernett.
He's had another look.
Yeah, but I think once the ball came out, Darren could tell he has got a good eye in his head. He's good at the measures. You won't measure it unless he really feels he's got a chance. At this level, that's normally the case. And some players at different levels, different clubs would just try and measure it because they just really can't tell. You know, they just are.
I'd rather someone measured than stood around for ages looking at it, which sometimes, you know, if you're going to do it quickly.
So a useful ball by David Holt, getting second shot was last delivery.
Favour your one down, David, yes.
Just backhand seems quite accommodating when you go to a longer jack length. The mat comes out or we go shorter on that. The forehand certainly appears to be better. Noticed that in previous matches. His backhand just hanging off a little bit until the weight comes back down. Here it comes. Not quite.
One red. Seven inches short of jack eye.
Quite a nice time down in Australia for people to be watching this. And I'm sure there's quite a few tuning in.
plenty of Australian viewers. We just won't mention the rugby.
I really wasn't going to even go there, but
Still rankles.
there's quite a number in New Zealand watching as well. Once you overplay that on the backhand, it just struggles to get back. You really have to narrow the line, be quite convincing about it.
And having played in one game, defeating John Price 9-5, 11-2, very much in this set, he's getting more and more comfortable with the rink. Change of hand onto the forehand.
Well, he has his own ball on the way in to touch. If he misses that, he'll be very close, and he has. Oh, that's a super shot. It really is.
Two red.
Beautifully done. And all the way. Just the weight to perfection.
Interesting to see if David becomes a little bit more positive in this one. There he is. It'll go away quickly, but ball on the ball would be useful. No, has he got a result? No. 2 down.
2 shots to Darren Bernett.
First time he's played a weighted ball. There was 2 against him. There remains 2 against him. So no damage done, but there was a decent strike there.
Yes, he was just inside what he really was looking for, and because he was coming into that front ball, it didn't look like it was going to split open well for him. It turned out to be the case. Needed to be a ball wider.
Jack length 29.5 metres.
First double of the game goes the way of Darren Bernett.
New line required, the weight is good. This longer jack length, you cannot afford to go inside the line on the backhand. Increased both
One red.
line and weight. Sort of head can build up against you very quickly. Darren trying to score another shot, but at the same time cover the green ball just below jack high. First of the 2 greens are the target, but he's coming across very quickly. Hasn't got the weight, that's why.
Yeah, he was pushing that. You could see it with his hands, trying to push it forward.
This will have to have perfect weight to get back. Yeah, line was good. Still trucking through. He's building up a position. The difficulty is, whilst he builds up that position, Darren's got the opportunity to add another shot. 7th end. 1 or 2 here for Darren Bernett, and David Holt will be in trouble.
Well, he wants to rest in the nest. It's there, and preferably draw the shot as well.
Anything that side of Jack, he's got it. Well, that stops the Jack going through. Holty's in all sorts of trouble here.
2 red.
What he'll look at is to see if he can wing off the side red ball and get the other ball. So, you know, if he can get the edge of the red ball, it's the one he's after. Now that will spring the 2 balls out of the head. He can probably just about see it past his own front one.
Well, he's called the timeout, so he can take his time. One of these shots that doesn't look good from the mat.
It's a horrible shot to have to play, but he's got no choice. He has to hope it doesn't take his own ball out. That's what he's going for. Trying to get the edge of the red one. Needs to get past the first one.
Oh, he's got a real chance here. Oh, well played.
Oh, well played, David Holt. Squeezed the 2 of them out with the jack. The ball would have been fine, but I think he's benefited from 2 more shots out of it.
3 down. 3 down.
It is a
shot,
3.
David Holt.
Great shot. You know, I saw the squeeze, but no guarantee that the red ball was going to miss the green one. As you can see, it just missed it on the high side. Out it goes. 3 green. That was a brilliant ball.
David has 3 timeouts remaining.
We may well be looking at certainly a contender for shot of the day.
You're watching my notes. Dear, oh dear, I was writing it in and he sneaked over and looked at my book.
I do like to be helpful.
Oh, honestly. It makes a short list of 2 at the moment.
So 5 apiece, 2 ends to play. What a great shot it was from David Holt, and you can see it's just, you know, he's got a wee boost from that. He certainly enjoyed it, keeps him in the second, a real chance.
That shot really was to save the first set. It was a brilliant ball. Had to control it, and he did. Now he's back to his favourite short jack.
One green. 18 inches past Jack Eye.
It's safe to say David Holt's lost his English accent.
It varies. I did notice that there's that sort of English Aussie twang to it, which is understandable. It's been there a long time. Don't think Darren will mess about with this. Too big a target. Come up and have a look at it.
He will be calling a timeout. Well, it has drawn pretty well off the forehand, but this is going to be a runner.
He's putting his foot down where he's looking at, and really what he wants to do is have a look at the angles, that's all, and then across over to that bowl as well. If he does that absolutely right, it will disappear there. That's the other way of looking at it. If he comes off the front bowl, he gets onto the jack and takes it off the rink. Front bowl's got the angle to come off with the jack. He's playing the backhand. Right way in.
He's hit 3 of 4 that he's going for.
just got it too solid, but damage limitation takes one away. And he has got the last ball, and that's going to be very useful now. Back positions very much held by Darren, but David needs another bowl in. Hasn't got the luxury of going deep with this one. Trying to encourage it back into the head, and he has. He's played it well. No, it's really good. It's finished off Jack high. It's not ideal, but you know, it's, you know, looked up at me there. He's smiling. He knows he's made the target bigger, but you know, he had to get one in.
I'll stand by for the Bernett Express. Comes, it's got pace, it's got power, it's got the jack.
That'll go on the respot, and I think it'll be 1 to red.
Yeah, he's got the shot.
Good turnover, 2 to 1.
One shot, Darren Bernett.
Oh, he's got a good success rate from the heavy balls today. He's in again.
Just thought the angle of that ball was always going to bring it through. And David Holt expected that to happen, so he wouldn't have been surprised with his last ball. It framed it. Good driver, good running ball player, Darren Bernett, always has been. You know, he makes it look easy with getting very close to the target every time, but it's not.
Jack length 29.5 metres.
Final end of the opening set. Darren Bernett leading by 1.
That's what you want to do with your first one.
Seven inches.
Darren Bernett has to, 7 inch just has to draw with this because at worst he doesn't want to lose the set. Has to go for a really good second, if not the shot. Try and get something out of the set when your opposition puts the first ball down like that. Holt will be trying to sneak around the front one. Now, has he remembered the weight? No. Well, no damage done.
One green.
Wasn't far away. Needed another foot or so, but gives Darren a closer second. He'll be just trying to put a foot on. Struggling. Oh, Darren. Oh, that was the one to do it with. That was the one to get right into it.
David Holt 2 to play. Darren Bernett just with a 1 now.
This is the one now for David. The third ball is so critical, really is. David adds this. Darren's trying to save the set. Keep it wide, David. Keep it wide. Don't want to get caught on the short stuff. Yeah, let's see. He was just inside it with those bowls, and big bias, those Tiger bowls, and a perfect weight. Just felt he was a quarter bowl inside the line, and Darren can't afford to play too much at this.
Well, Darren will take a time out to weigh up the situation.
Well, I can tell you now, Paul, he is in bother with this. He really is, because if he goes attacking, you can see the red ball going out of the head. He has to be very careful there.
Is his own red ball in the draw on the other side?
Well, it is, but there is a very good shot available for him into the split. Now that forces the green ball.
Darren has 3 timeouts remaining.
Well, he has gone to the open hand for the draw. It's his own red one that will concern him. Can he find a way past it? He's come inside. How's that for a shot?
Yeah, that's a brilliant ball. He didn't fancy the risk on the forehand in case he got the green ball onto the jack. So he played the safe option, but the more difficult option in many ways.
Well, you've got to have so much faith in yourself as a player. And he did.
Well, David's just, he just taps the leg there. It's a professional response to a brilliant ball.
Timeout called.
It's a timeout called by.
And now he's back to trying to lift one of his 2 green balls onto the jack.
What can he mix up?
I think he's slightly under it.
Maybe a wee nick coming somewhere.
Oh, my goodness me. Has he flipped it? I think he might have.
He has indeed. It's a tied set.
1 shot, David Holt. First set tie.
Well, he would have looked at that plant, but I'm certain he would have thought that the angle wasn't quite right. I did see the plant, but
David has 2 timeouts remaining.
Thin edge and in. He was in the area. He knew it was possible.
What a great set of balls. Well, the only thing we know for certain is we're not going to a tie-break. Winner takes all, second set.
Unless it's tied, of course, but it is rare.
That's rare, yeah.
It is rare, but it can happen. What was interesting was that is if you really, people looking at this match and saying, well, who really deserved to win that set? Well, to be honest with you, both players probably deserve to get something out of it. There was a brilliant last ball by Darren Bernett.
So these 2 players battling for a place in the quarter-final. Well, they're playing at the moment, they're battling to beat David Corkill's shot of the day as well. Plenty food for thought.
Got my front runner for that already. And there's still 2 good matches to come.
Stay with us here this afternoon. Alex Marshall, MBE, against Greg Harlo. Next up, as Darren Bernett opens this second set in fine form.
Next match is a bit tasty, isn't it?
Be an absolute cracker.
Marshall and Harlo, lovely. We'll enjoy that.
Two red.
How's that short, Jack?
12 inches.
Just trying to come around the green ball. Strong bias balls he's using as well. Both of them are. So draw for second or drive it out. It's a choice for David Holt. Looks a better line. Looks like he's coming in on the wide side this time. Has to have the pace to keep it going though. Centre rink. Pick the line out.
Red.
Well, Darren Bernett can follow his last. He could change his hand and drop something a little short to muddy the water. Need change of hand.
Well, I suppose you could say it's a missed opportunity. It stops the weighted drive shot, come around the front one onto the jack, but it wasn't what he was playing. He was trying to get right up to the jack and cover it. Obviously David playing this slightly differently to try and arrive into the head. He's out on that wider line again. This is all about good weight. Good weight, this will pull back all the way to the centre line. And looks pretty good for second. Track did move.
One shot, down the net.
That's a good save from David Holt. Plenty of players watching on from the balcony. One of them who enjoying this is Stuart Anderson. He's with Diggy Vipond.
Thank you very much indeed, Paul. Yes, Stuart loving this match, but really interesting first set for your teammate, Darren Bernett. You would have thought that he could have got that, but he'll be disappointed it was all square at the end of it, yeah?
Yes, when it was 5-2 up, he lay a great do. To be fair to David, he hit his target and got a maximum result and scoring a 3 to go 5-5. I think it was 2 to go. And I think with Dan Line, well, Dan played a phenomenal ball with his last one to draw the shot at the very last end. And David again hit his target and got a great result again. So yeah, I think Dan over the full set will look a bit hard done by with that.
David obviously living in Australia now, but he's a very well-known English player. He's had a long and illustrious career. He's a guy who's been around for a long time, and he's got the game that could do some damage here.
Yes, he definitely has. Well, it proved that in the first game. So he played very well in his first game as well, and he is known to be one of the best out there on the Australian indoor circuit. So, and he's won a few things out there referred to. So yes, it's a hard tough game for Dan, but overall I think Dan will come through it.
You're playing against Nicky Brett tomorrow, the defending champion as well. How are you playing after the weekend? Are you confident getting into that one? Because Nicky seems in pretty good form.
Yes, well, as you say, Nicky's won it the last 2 years, so obviously he's in world number 1 now, so it's going to be tough to beat, but it's hard to say how my game was at the weekend because I was playing like an overseas player, and it's hard to judge your game by playing him because Alex in his way struggled, but yes, I'm ready. I'm here for some practice later on, and then we'll see how tomorrow goes.
Wish you all the best.
Thanks to you.
Stuart Anderson taking care of Alex Wen of Hong Kong. 11-2, 8-3. Wasn't put under any pressure. And these practice sessions that the players have are important.
Two green. 2 inches short.
Once again, David's just a half ball inside where he wants to be. He just has to have a bit more faith in those balls and push them out a bit wider. There's a big bend on them. And Darren can just rest things like that out all day. David knows
One
that.
red.
You have to find centre rink on the portable, otherwise players will just rest you off. Straight balls are very prevalent down in the southern hemisphere and not as popular up here. But when you play in the portable rink, you really have to green them wide, and again he's just pulling inside the line.
for the opening set of the match. Tied, just the second tied set so far in the Scottish International Open for 2015. Looks short.
Well, this has got to be tempting for David Holt. Punch into the red ball. He's got 3 seconds. Take a chance that he might take one of his own out, possibly even 2, but he'd be very unlucky to take all 3 away. Alternative, draw the jack through on the forehand. Well, he's looking at it in the forehand, but that's interesting. He's playing that shot. I thought he might have had a go at the percentage shot, the weight one. Had it been outdoors in Australia, I think he would have. Yeah, I think that's a hard shot to play on the portable, just to get that right. And
one shot, Darren Bernett.
In 3 seconds, drive it out and take your chances. Oh, single ball target. Paul just looked an easier shot to me, that's all.
Well, he'd drawn 3 times and come inside the line. The shot didn't appeal. Different if you're 2 or 3 down, but just 1 down.
Jack length,
Like
28
fairly
and a half
conservative,
metres.
like. So Darren Bernett had such a great 2014, winning the World Indoor title and then the Outdoor Commonwealth Games singles title. I'd like to add the Scottish International Open once more to his resume. Won it back in 2001.
I remember it well. It was at Kelvin Grove back then.
He nearly defended his title too the following year, got to the final and lost out to David Gurley.
This is the adjustment ball coming in. Second shot.
One red.
Gives him something to work off.
Two red.
Tempting this one. Rest into them.
Little forehand runner.
This will pull away very quickly. I was watching where he was standing on the mat. He was at the front inside edge. It's the thing about playing on the front inside edge is that you're playing what we call inside out. You're playing into the line and hoping to come back off it again. Play the outside of the mat, you're playing off the higher line and coming back in again. Usually the safer way to play that forehand, because there's a tendency to hold off or cut across very quickly. Something you find out about in practice, I suppose. See how your bowls react. Close again. Well, David's got a good bowl in there, but Darren's just peppering the jack. He's going to have to go again. Might go harder this time.
given the way that this game's going, Bernett can find himself 5 shots up. It's a long road back. Backhand runner.
Looks better. Oh, look, he just got the edge. Didn't get back down again in time. Took one out.
Shots, Darren Bernett.
And Darren's consistency is just starting to come through. He's calling for this to get back down again, and goodness me, very nearly took his own ball out. It would have given an extra shot. He's all action, isn't he? It's all movement with David, always has been.
Well, he has cut it down by 1. That's the consolation for him there.
Jack length 29 and a
Man
half
who spent
metres.
14 years representing England, just finding himself in trouble.
Yes, he's one of the few players, other top-class Crown players that have come onto the flat and played really well and won titles, and probably the most successful. In fact, he is the most successful. Noel Burrows, of course, transferred across to the flat and on the indoors skip for England. Another legend of the Crown Green game.
You tried your hand at that?
Difficult game. I have played it, yeah. I've played in a professional tournament in it before, and it's a hard game. It really is. A lot of respect for the Crown Green guys. It's quick, and it's difficult. Darren's just coming into his own now, getting that consistency going. Yes, I played in the famous Waterloo Green recently, and it was Jack marker about 65 yards away. Oh, I could barely see it. It's that far away. Andy Cairns was my tutor for that particular little coaching lesson that he gave me. David's going walkabout, and Darren will take over. He has to be very careful now. Looking good again. Finding that lovely line, that longer jack length on the backhand. It's been so favoured by most of the players. You can't afford to go playing into things, David. You need a very good ball here that draws way out of trouble. Well, interesting. Trying to come across and inside his own ball. It's almost always going to force him slightly tight, and that's what's happened. Well, he's framed the target in the backhand, but
3 red.
Well, Darren Bernett, 3 great bowls so far. Again, he's got a choice. Keep his hand. He could come, change it, and play it in from the other side.
well, either side of the green ball's good. You know, he's not be too concerned. He's in a nice position. But either side of the green ball, he's coming. Just needs to miss it, and he's good. Yep. Even if he had dropped inside with that weight, he was going to make another one, and David Holt's in trouble. There were signs of Darren Bernett coming onto his game towards the end of the second set. Now he's really putting the pressure onto David Holt.
Timeout called.
Once again, this is virtually a shot to save the set, even though we're not even halfway through. But 8-0 would just be very difficult to get back from.
Well, he's worked his magic already. The opening set needs a result here. Holding up, just wants to play in to catch the front red one to clear.
Well, it's going to go on to it. He's going to lose at least 2 on the respot. Well, I just wonder about that front green one. You can just see it there.
Yeah, it could be 50-50 here.
Nice. All the actions of David as it tries to bring the jack out. He certainly saved a considerable amount, but I actually thought that the 2 red balls were in easily. We can't tell, of course. This would be a massive result.
Wow.
Oh, well, he was bang on target, but my goodness me, that is a massive result to get the shot. I thought he was losing 2. Oh,
he has one.
There. Oh, that was
One shot to David Holt.
Well, you're looking at 8-0 down, and you're looking at heading to Manchester for the holiday part of your journey. Instead, the lifeline is there.
Well, I think that's more than a lifeline. It's like seeing the RNLI right beside you when you need them most. That one. Missed the jack on the short jack.
It's gone too short. Now that's an error. And Darren Bernett. Well, if he could, he'd put it in the high street of Perth, but he'll bring it as far down as he can here.
Well, both players have been playing runners that have been either on target or just
27.5
very
metres.
close to what they were looking for and got good results, but that one really did take the biscuit, I have to say. It was a massive result.
Well, to your opponent's jack. That was pretty good. I was slightly surprised Darren Bernett didn't go a little bit longer.
The jack's maybe just a little bit short, it is, of the tees where he wanted it. Still. Should be interesting, this one. Missed a chance. That was the one to turn the jack round the corner.
Inches.
Plays a very traditional game in many ways. You can see a shake of the head there with David just as I made that comment, because he knows himself that it's exactly what he'd been looking for. So another bite at it.
One green.
Just have faith, David. Push that ball out wide. Yep. Looks like a better line. What he wants. Now it'll pull back. Here it comes. That's good. You're not going to pull the jack back. You might as well put one in position. It's very, very handy.
It's close time. I favour 1.
Just to wait.
It's an opportunity for David Holt. Try and repeat what he's achieved with his third.
chance with this one. Big chance with this one. He wants to go right up to the jack. Little touch on it. Yep. That should make the 3.
3 green.
Much better. Much, much better. That little touch was a major bonus.
It's hard here for Darren Bernett. There's not much for him.
He might. He's got a draw on the forehand for 3rd shot. He's got a running ball if he wants to play right through it and hope to get a good result.
Here he comes. He's been quite accurate so far. He wings it.
It's Darren's turn to be a good result. Or maybe not. He's
Certainly
losing
one
by the looks of it, but measure for the 2nd. Thought he was getting better than that. Take that 1 out. He could have winged that ball completely out of the head and lost a 4, but he pushed it right in, and he was, well, half a ball from getting it absolutely perfect.
Touching.
Yeah, not the best result in the end. Thought it was better than that.
So 1 green for sure.
Very quickly down on that, Alan Thornhill. Just checking that with Dan Blewett.
And 1 green it is.
1 shot, David Holt.
Well, 5 balls ago for David Holt, he was really facing what we would have thought was an almost impossible situation. And suddenly now he's only 2 behind. It's a funny old game.
No arrow with the jack length this time. It was short. All the way from the hand, it was short.
He's made the correction, but it's still a distance away. Both players making corrections for their 2nd deliveries. And might force David Holt onto the backhand. See if he stays with it or not. Yep, he's changing. Looks narrow. Even at the short jack length, you still have to push the ball out, especially with the swinging tiger ball that he's using.
Yeah, shake of the head. He knew it. The second it left his hand, we could see it.
Exactly. You just can't go hunting down that short jack length and think to yourself, well, it's shorter, I'll go a bit narrower. This won't happen on this rink. Finding good line again.
2 red.
Gap's still there, but it's keeping the pressure on David Holt with almost every last ball. has to have faith. Push the ball out. Well, he's going for the runner. Narrow line, extra weight to try and make sure he's in the area. Oh yes, played it well. Played it well. Really good ball.
One green.
Beautifully judged. Didn't overplay the weight. Perfect for the job.
Even with the back position against him, he just didn't fancy the draw. It's very calm when he lets those go, doesn't he? It's all animation, isn't he?
Timeout called.
The little twitches and the jerks and everything else that are going on just to make sure the ball gets there as Darren Bernett lines up his little controlled runner. He looks in the area as well. Ball on the jack for the back position.
It's got all the back position. That's well played.
I think he's okay. Yep, got the single, played it well. Two really good balls at the end. Those are hard shots to play.
Shot to Darren Bernett. Darren has 2 timeouts remaining.
Well, some terrific bowling here this afternoon. First David Holt saves the problem, and then Darren Bernett responds. Not easy shots to play, either of them.
Difficult on the portable rink, but I think the accuracy of both players there, that was the key to it. And the weight that Darren and David used.
Jack length 28.5 metres.
It's good stuff. I'm really enjoying this match.
Three ends to play. I promised you no tie break because it's almost unheard of to get 2 tied sets.
Well, it's certainly rare in television balls. We get it in the qualifiers quite a lot.
I mean, this year we've had 2 tied sets and 35 sets played.
Yes, it's one of those things where the players here are going to win the set. They're not really prepared to even share it. Disturbance needed. Good effort. Once again, just inside the line.
It's touching, yes.
It's lovely to see these guys having to push the balls out really wide. There's an awful lot of events you watch from overseas, in particular, where the balls are running down with 2.5 feet, 3 feet of line, and it's not quite the same. Wonderful accuracy from Darren Bernett. He's definitely stepped up a gear in the second set.
David Holt. It's his own layer to use to come in off. If he doesn't get it, oh!
Well, that's unlucky. That's unlucky. Red ball out, second shot, edge of the green one, and he was right into everything. Shoulder looked good. Yeah, you know, it's... There's a reaction as well, you know, it's when you're behind and you're looking for that sort of shot, that's what happens.
Darren will come out to come behind and to cover the respot as well.
Anything deep is good. David's forced into playing it again simply because he can't afford to lose 2 shots here and be 5 behind with 2 ends to go in a set that he, you know, he must draw at the very least. So going again, taking a risk of running his own ball out of the head.
Again, oh, not for a second time.
Oh yes, made the gap with touching the ball, but he's playing it with beautiful weight. He really is. Wow, you can't say anything other than that's just unlucky. That's all. It's hard to do that from 2 or 3 yards away.
Yeah. Well, the problem is, 2 against them, Darren Bernett will just come again around the back and say, look, you want a third chance, off you go.
I don't think he can afford to play it now. I really don't. I think you just have to try and draw it off his own ball and hope to get to the back one and fall back. If he hits that now, he's going to be more than 2 down. Just try and draw the shot. Well, he's using less weight this time. If that gets onto the front ball, he's in a heap of trouble.
And round it goes.
Oh, I tell you
2
what,
shots, Darren Bernett.
just as well that didn't hit it. He would have been 4 down.
Wow, so unlucky with balls 3 and 4. It's been a steady second set for Darren Bernett. I think it's fair to say he's the one put the pressure on David Holt. And
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, we saw signs of it at the tail end, in particular of the first set. Darren just starting to find his way, and second set
Jack length
he's
29.5
continued
metres.
that, moving up the gears. David's played some good balls, but Darren's really been in control in the second set.
well, Darren Bernett in round 2 last year beat Wayne Hogg on a tie break. He lost the first set, came back and won the second. He's looking to get to another quarter final. And he's making life uncomfortable for his Australian opponent. Well, David Holt, who represented Australia, the 2014 World Champion of Champions. Lost in the semi-final to Ian McLean of Scotland, who won the event.
Ian's been prolific.
8 inches. 8, yes.
Fair to say that in any other country he would be right up there representing them at all levels. He just happens to be Scottish. And it just, they're so strong in the men's game, they really are. It's, he's been very unlucky in some ways. Once again, Darren Bernett doing the right thing, keeping the balls in nice and close, keeping the pressure on. Just trying to close out this match, if he can, with a nice clean double.
7-2, yeah. 7-2, 7-8. 8 then now.
Let's give this a go. And he comes.
Oh, well, when you're on the wrong end of a 7-2, you start to find those holes, and he was just a little bit inside the line. On another day, you hit the edge of the ball and drop in front of the jack.
May prove not to be a wasted ball, may be able to use it and bring it through, but Darren Bernett trying to close down all possibilities here. A little shallow.
Oh, it's been a while since he's played one like that. David has to look for the same ball, turn the jack to his own for a double, give himself any sort of a chance going into the last end. He needs at least 2. It's all about weight here. The line's good if he has drawing weight. Oh, he was just over it. Just over the weight.
Well, Doesn't like that, does he?
Turned his back. Can only be a weight situation because the line was good enough. Yep, popped it down on the right line. He knew he hadn't pushed through it, and well, there's a chance here for David Holt. If he can get the edge of the jack and run on to the red bowl, he can touch it over for 3. But oh, it's a tough one. It really is.
Wants to try and force the final end to be played. Up he comes, David Holt, the Australian. It's gone away.
2 shots, 6 set, match to Darren Bernett.
And that will be it for his trip to Perth from the World Bowls Tour. He came up against Darren Bernett. Great first set. What a tussle, 6-6. If you could argue with the Commonwealth Games gold medal winner of 2014 just played better in the second set, got himself away, and in the end, Darren Bernett defeating David Holt by 9-2 after a tied first set. Darren Bernett is in the quarter-final of the Scottish International Open.
Match of 2 halves, there's no doubt about that. The first set had everything for both players, played extremely well. A lot of times getting out of trouble with David Holt, but Darren Bernett fighting very, very well in the second set, and he really pushed through. Ends 1, 11-6, really all to do with the second set. The same with the total shots scored, 15 against 8, and the same with touchers. But having said that, Darren Bernett was exceptional in that second set and showed why he was last year's world champion.
Yes, a very fine second set indeed from Darren Bernett. Means he's through to the quarter-finals, but what a great match it was as well. Darren, first of all, great game, but my goodness, that second set, you really started playing some wonderful bowls.
Yeah, there was sort of flashes throughout the game of what I probably can do, just still a wee bit too inconsistent at times. But, you know, David's a great player, and, you know, the first set was really tight, you know, and probably a draw was a fair result in that one. But, you know, I dug deep and thought I just came on a bit better in the second set.
David, it was a very tight game, particularly in that first set. You managed to even things up there, but in the second set, you know, he was world champion last year, current Commonwealth singles champion, and he showed his class in that second set, didn't he?
Yeah, it's kind of what I expected. I mean, these guys are red-hot players, and I was pretty happy with. I fought hard, you know, and I actually laid quite a few shots on the shorter jacks, but I don't think Darren missed a single running shot. So, you know, all I can do is put them there and cross my fingers, and wasn't to be.
Well, Bill, it was fantastic nonetheless. But let's talk about the first set in particular. And Darren, you put in your last bowl, and you must have thought, I'm getting this. Let's talk us through your last bowl.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a couple of days before that, David had put a great bowl, you know, before that to play, you know, to get a 3, and then I played this draw shot. You know, it was really all I had on because David had blocked the forehand, and I just had to get inside my bowl, and I just made it perfect. But, you know, there was a better one to come.
There certainly was a better one to come, but that you're standing there watching that, David, and you knew you'd been putting all the pressure on in that end, but you had a big ball to play, and my goodness, you didn't half play one.
Yeah, I wasn't overly happy when Darren drew the shot. I thought, well, that's kind of a very good bowl, but I still had good play. I could have got my own onto the jack and almost made 2 if I'd have got my own solid, but the plant that I hit, there was definitely bringing my ball in, so I knew that if I got that, there was a chance, but I had to be lucky to come away with the shot, so I was a bit lucky to get a tie. but it didn't help me a great deal.
But I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, this format, we knew at that point there would be no tie break. We knew it was going to be one in the second set as well, Darren. And I guess you know that you're used to the format perhaps a little bit more than David is, and playing on this surface, on these carpets. You're used to playing over there in Australia now, David. But do you think that gave you the advantage in the second set?
It's kind of difficult to know. I thought I'd probably just done enough to edge over the line first set, and when David got the tied set, he may have went into it with a bit of a lift, but it kind of takes away the tie break unless you're going to have a second tied set, which is very unusual. But it was that type of game it could have been, but thankfully I just came away in the second.
Well, let's talk about your last ball in the round, sort of N6, I think this was, in the second set. It was a huge ball for you that put the pressure on David. Really no way back from David from that point of view.
Yeah, I mean, the second set, I kind of got into a lead, and I wanted to try and keep that because I was conscious the first set I was 5-2 up and he came back. So, I just got the contact right and I had the back ball waiting. So it was a big ball, that.
And hard for you to take watching that one as well, David, I would imagine.
Well, when I got the shot, I kind of was pleased I got the shot, but I was resigned inside to think, well, he's not missed one yet, he's probably not going to miss this one. So, no, he was far more consistent than I was, and, that's what wins you the game. So I have no complaints.
No complaints, but you said in the interviews before this you were here for a holiday as well. You're going to play some bowls while you're here. You're going to go and see the family in Manchester as well. And yeah, not a bad way to start your holiday, I would reckon. Yes,
I'm actually on a flight to Paris tomorrow. So if I'd have won, then that would have spoilt it a little bit. But I was still trying very hard, of course. But everything's a bonus. I'm really enjoyed myself here. It's been a fantastic experience, and I'm keen to get back again now.
I'm sure you're now delighted, Darren, that you didn't spoil his holiday to Paris then.
No, absolutely not. He can enjoy his holiday now. But no, it was a great match. A great game to play in.
It was a great game. David, enjoy Paris. We've enjoyed having you here in Perth. It's been fantastic to see you. Darren Bernett, congratulations. You're through to the quarterfinals. Well done. Wow. Darren Bernett, world champion in 2014, of course. Next up, we're a guy who's won the World Championships quite a few times. It's big, Alex Marshall. Quite simply, the best there's ever been. Alex Marshall has a habit of breaking records. No one, not even his best friend Paul Foster, comes close to his 6 world singles titles. He's such a dominant force both inside and out, but a win here in Perth still remains out of his grasp. However, he is currently in the form of his life.
The 2015 World Indoor Singles Champion, Alex Marshall, MBE.
Oh, it's been 18 months, been fantastic. 6 times world champion, double Commonwealth Games gold medalist. You cannot beat that, and the 2 Commonwealth Games were very special to me. Obviously, being in your own backyard in front of your home support, it's been a fantastic 18 months, but I'm still hungry, I'm still looking for success. I've got high expectations now, and it's just great to be noticed walking down the street and people know who you are, and it's great. It's good for me and it's good for bowls as well. I don't think bowls has ever had as much publicity as what it did after the Commonwealth Games, purely because I done the Alex Marshall thing, but that was purely a celebration, nothing else. It was nothing untoward any players that were against. If it wasn't the English guys we were playing against, because you could not get 2 nicer guys. Because of that, we got a lot of publicity, which is only good for our sport. It would mean so much to win, up in Perth, Scotland here. It's a great venue. And it's one that's not in my CV. I lost in the final a number of years ago. I've also been quarter-final, semi-final, so it would be great for me to come away being champion this year. Quite happy to get off to a good start. I was actually quite surprised that I won by that margin. To be fair to the guy, in practice the guy was rolling up really, really well, and I thought to myself, I've got a really hard game here. But once we got started, the guy kind of struggled for his weight in line, and I was very happy with the way I played. So, well, there's so many danger men. You've got your Harlos, your Fosters, Robert Paxton, Stuart Anderson, Dan Bernett. There's so many guys out there, but it's all about your own performance. If you can go out and play well on the day, then you've got a chance. So, that's what I'll be looking forward to doing.
Yes, it was the joy of 6 for Alex Marshall at Potters earlier on this year. Will there be joy here in Perth this year? A fella that wants him to lose today is a very fine player indeed. It's Greg Harlo. Now, this guy really loves the carpet here in Perth. Won this title a few years back, then came a run of International Open titles, and in 2010 stood on top of the world. This year in Perth, though, Greg knocked Carol Potto out in the first round of this tournament.
Thought she played very well, and certainly in the second set she caused me a few challenges. You want to get that first win and get the 10 points on the board. I then think you tend to relax a little bit into the second round, and you're almost guaranteed a tough game, so you can just relax and enjoy the second rounds. I obviously played Tatty a few times, and to draw him in the second round, which was always on the card, looking at the draw, yeah, it doesn't get much tougher, but I should be looking forward to it. I'm quite happy with my form. I played a sort of couple of pre-season tournaments that have gone well for me. As you say, the first round went well. Today will be the true test, obviously, against the best opposition to where I am at this stage of the season.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a very, very warm welcome to our next two bowlers here in the Jurors Centre this afternoon. Former World and Scottish International Open champion, Greg Harlo. And facing Greg this afternoon, six-time winner and current world indoor singles champion, Alex Marshall. This really should be a very fine match indeed between two great players and two good pals as well. Enjoy this in the company of our commentary team, David Corkill and Paul Mitchell.
Yeah, we're a few days after the 5th of November, but expect fireworks here between these two former world champions, current world champion out there, and either of these players could actually go all the way and win this tournament. This could be one of the hardest games they'll have. Absolutely, and for a second round match, we sort of looked at it and went,
29 metres.
Please, can they get through? Because it's one of those games that everybody wants to see. It's so tidy, it really is. And again, Alex has got this grittiness about him here. He wants to win this so much, he really does.
We shall see how things pan out. Two top-class players. There'll be very little between them as Greg Harlo opens up with a loose ball.
Well, no one ever really wants to say too much when they're being interviewed at the start of a match. These two guys know each other so well. It's all down, as Alex said actually in his interview, it's all down to who plays well on the day, because there's just nothing between them, irrespective of the ranking situation, where there's some 6 places now. That was reversed not so long ago. I think there's something special about winning international open in your own home country. Alex's case is just up the road.
Your bowl is 14 inches short of jack high.
Well, Greg has always been known as an attacking player. He's pulled back over the years on a particular shot play, and it's worked out very well, concentrating on his drawing, which has been exceptional. There's a good example of it, putting in a really good second shot. It's what they're looking for in the first end. Keep it nice and tight.
There's a very small gap. The gap on Greg's bowl is 5 inches.
The voice of Alan Thornhill, our marker.
Very experienced marker, Alan Thornhill. Commonwealth Games and World Championship level.
Just wants to run this around the back, if he could fall back.
One red.
Just a little beat through.
Well, he's got a little bit of extra weight on this, Greg, to try and bounce the jack forward if he can against the bowl. Oh, he nearly made it. Very nearly made it.
One red.
Just looking to crunch the jack against the bowl and bounce it forward if at all possible. Not exactly a spare shot opportunity, had to be careful.
One shot, Alex Marshall.
So the opening end to the Scot. Well, there aren't many tournaments that Alec Marshall has played in 15 times and never won. This is his 15th appearance here. Scottish International Open. Runner-up in 2005 is his best.
Yes, and in that particular final, he looked like odds-on favourite. He played the most marvellous game in the semi-final, and prior to that, he'd been exceptional, but he moved onto a different level in the semi-final. And Ian Bond was due to play him, and Ian was interviewed and said, well, is it really worth my while even turning up? He was that good. But Bondy did turn up and took the title away. Was just discussing his first game with Shalom Ben-Ami from Israel, who actually played very well in the International Open earlier this year, coming over from Israel without any real experience at all of the indoor carpet. And the guys were telling me he was brilliant in the practice games. He really was, and Alex thought he was in for a tough one, but unfortunately it didn't happen during the real match, and that's the way it is.
Gap is 2.5 inches.
Turned out to be target practice for Alex Marshall. 16-0, 13-0.
Shalom's a great sportsman, though, in other areas as well. As Greg sees the opportunity for a little runner, looking for the ball onto the two red. The two of them will go if he gets it right. There they go. Oh. So good at that shot. Controlled weight. One of the few players that plays the controlled weight so well.
Very slightly short of Jack High.
And the ball that stayed almost did a little pirouette to say, look, I'm the shot. Greg just wants to come inside that red ball.
Well, missed the chance to add another. He's one of the smoothest deliveries in the game. It's a bowl away, sweet as a nut. A lot of people would think he'd play that on the forehand and trail the jack through, but look at this. Oh. Looked like the harder way in.
One red.
He makes the shot.
Never discouraged by the hard way. Great Harlo coming down, carrying his ball, which is fine.
Yeah, it looked like a forehand shot, just to rest the bowler, turn the jack. Played the backhand, which he obviously favours, and played a beautiful shot. There's a spray chalk going on, indicating that ball's a toucher, and has dropped since then.
Yes, there's 4 timeouts remaining.
One stage it was illegal to carry your ball up the rink, but you're mentioning Paul.
Yep.
There he is carrying the ball, and that rule was relaxed a lot of years ago. Thank goodness as well.
It's a different story if you put it down.
No, definitely not allowed to do that. Not an easy one this for Greg. Just get the weight right for bowl on the bowl. He has got a back green ball available to him, so if he gets it onto the jack, he's good.
It's away cleanly.
It's a hard shot.
One shot, Alex Marshall.
Forehand is so difficult to play with weight. You're almost always on the high side. You can't afford to pull it in tight. If you do that, you've no chance.
Jack length 29 metres.
Slightly behind, Alan.
Yeah, very slightly behind, yeah.
So it's played again, doesn't want to disturb it too much.
Well, that worked out really well. He got the solid ball, and I thought the jack was going to move.
2 green. My last one through, please, Alan. Your last bowl, 2.5 feet.
Alex obviously thinks he's made the correction, and he has. Oh, he knew that was close, didn't he? As soon as he let it go, he was after it. Good players always know when they've got a good ball. Still there for Greg. A little touch on his own will be enough. Oh, is he under?
Very much so. Now then, Alex. It's a safe shot to be in a position to receive should the head be disturbed.
It's difficult for Alex, to be honest with you, because He doesn't really want to go near it.
Backhand, keep it out.
Stay away. Alternative, he's got the back position covered. Alternative is to drop short on the line and hope to be in the way. Tell you what, he's getting very close to this. Oh, that's a super shot. That's a really good ball.
One ready.
Closer than what I thought he would. I think just looking at his reaction there, it's maybe a bit closer than what he thought.
Last ball of the end, Greg Harlo.
Just over it.
One shot, Alex Marshall.
Yeah, I had to come inside Alex Marshall's ball because even just resting against it wasn't going to bring anything. 3 ends played, 3 singles to Alex Marshall. He's just having the better of things. Well, these 2 players have met head to head in singles since 2006 or 7, just the 3 times, which is surprising. And Alex Marshall has 103.
Yes, a lot depends, of course, where you play, Alex. He never really seemed to enjoy the Welsh Grand Prix, and it never really worked out why. But then it moved to Blackpool, and he was absolutely fantastic on it. So that's been a good move.
He's certainly not complaining.
Won that at a canter before. And you definitely don't want to play him down at Potters. I suppose you could say the same about Greg Harlo when the International Open was at Sheffield in Ponds Forge, because he won a number of titles there, and the last thing you want to do is get Greg in that venue. Yeah, people like different places. Good ball.
International Open was a 3-peat, 04, 05 and 06. He just owned that title. Got a full suite of World Bowls Tour single titles. That's Greg Harlo. Green lies 1, but Alex Marshall is on his way. Looks just a little lazy.
He came up after that one. He must have thought he was a lot closer.
So just a tad heavy. Harlo's an opportunity.
It's a careful high line draw with this. Don't get too close to the jack. Look on the high side to drop around it. Looks under.
Yeah, seemed to just bring it across his body a little at that time.
One shot, Greg Harlo.
Seemed a bit of length where both players were struggling to get to it after a couple of really good bowls. I'd be happy enough to move away from it. It's interesting. Greg going for the short jack length by the looks of that, the way it was going up. Matt's up a metre or so.
Jack length 26.5 metres.
Well, medium length.
Marshall just distracted for a moment.
Well, he reset himself, put it in within a few inches.
My ball. Your ball 5 inches short of jack high. One red. 4 inches.
Split it again. That's 2 red.
2 red.
Yeah, so Greg will be tempted with this. Get the angle to come in off it. Yeah. Jack will probably move.
There was a little grimace there. He was too narrow.
He knew that out of the hand.
Your middle bowl is yes.
There's always the risk of the 2 balls leaving the head. It would be desperately unlucky that the jack didn't move. But so the answer to that is put one into the nearest green bowl if you can, or else go deep, see what happens. Got the last bowl to save if necessary. Yeah, he's going in deep. Possible to the 2 reds to disappear if he gets the angle absolutely right, but that's just the way the front ball's sitting.
Timeout called.
I almost feel he has to play it
Greg,
on
three
the
timeouts
forehand to get the 2 red out the right way rather than the backhand. It's not easy though.
So 2 of the 5 timeouts Greg Harlo has, he's used in the first 5 ends. Maybe a problem a little bit later.
I'm not surprised Greg's playing this. I just don't think he really fancied the things that could go wrong with the runner. He was probably just trying to come off his own ball, trying to get the angle right coming in, but just missed it.
Inside the back green ball is the target.
Not quite.
Just not enough.
Settle for the two.
Two shots, Alex Marshall.
Well, looking on, David Holt in the middle of the Australian, and his victor Darren Bernett alongside him. Stuart Anderson too, watching on, enjoying the action from the players' balcony here in Perth.
That's a great place to watch, actually. It's get a good view. Monitors up there, of course, so they can see the full actions. They prefer to sit down and relax.
It's 3 feet.
That's a correction with the second delivery. Usually don't miss if they drop with the first one. The second one's normally fairly adjacent.
One red.
Not a bad effort. Oh, he's playing very well, isn't he?
He's playing well, but he was a bit unlucky there because he's brought the jack out into the open. Really wanted to leave it hidden behind the ball. Force Greg into the forehand where he's got a different type of shot available. Yep, going for the runner. Well, that's opened the door completely and given him back position.
Favour the green.
One out, but more importantly for Greg, he's developed the position. Means Alex has got a choice here. He either draws in again or he goes for cover with the deep green one.
Takes the time out. It's
always difficult whenever you've got a choice like this because you know the ball can be removed for one or two shots, but you also know that if the jack goes back, you may lose three. Can't cover both things with one ball. Alternative is to draw in and try and turn the jack yourself. Take the shot away from your opponent.
Oh, he's close, isn't he? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Whoa, with a jack.
Yeah.
Two red.
It's too red, but
it's too red, but you know, won't do his heart much good, that one. Bowl, if he'd hit it first, was perfect. Anyway, Greg will be after the two of them. Split them for a possible 4. Was he narrow?
He is narrow. Well, what's he going to hit? The red ball and doesn't borrow his own green. And in the end, that'll be a good for Alex Marshall.
2 shots, Alex Marshall.
There was a chance though. Especially Greg on his forehand. You almost put your mortgage on it.
Yeah.
Normally so good with those forehand runners.
Jack length 28.5 metres.
Score, Sandra.
(7-1). Time for Greg to score. Needs a 1 or 2 here to give himself a chance in the last 2 ends.
Alex Marshall knows he's in control of this set. Just running through.
He does, but he's also aware of the fact that Greg can bang in 2 or 3 really good ends against him and close that gap. I think that was a bit unlucky.
Yeah.
Greg's last ball, Alan, please. He's 4 inches short of Jack high.
That's why Alex was interested to play the forehand. He didn't know just exactly where that ball was, so he can use it as a shoulder. His last ball, not his closest ball he was asking about. If he needs a shoulder, it's available to him. Doesn't need it if he has the running.
Position, Alan, please.
More the weight than anything else.
Yeah, look good otherwise.
Close for shot though.
Slightly favour yours, Greg. It's close though.
Greg, a little bit of extra weight to try and get to the red ball. He's missed it, but he's in a good place. Very good home. Alex needs another one in. If the shot's against him, he might as well play the backhand because it makes a little difference. He can rest off his own ball. Forehand just has to put a little bit extra weight on from his previous delivery.
I'll go with the forehand option. Needs another one in, that red one. It's a little bit lonely.
He also needs them past the green ones, and he's not doing that. This is a chance for Greg. Turn the jack. Get the ball. The ball was probably worth 3. Seem to see it from a slightly different angle, but the ball out to me looks like it's worth at least 3. Jack, turn around the corner in towards a deep position.
It's going to be another timeout.
Well, you know, really, if you can get the jack into that sort of position there, you're looking at 4 shots. Now, if he's able to get,
Greg has 2 timeouts remaining.
if he's able to get the ball out to there, rest it off, it's worth at least 3. So choices are available. It's all about what sort of weight he wants to use. That's the sort of weight that gives you a chance for both the ball and the jack. Now, will it get down from the height? That's all. No.
Sticking out there, and that was the chance he was looking for.
Nice weight for the ball, actually. Got the jack, it would have been good in it as well. Worth at least 2. Got the jack at that angle. Well, Alex is looking at this, he's not sure.
If in doubt, get the measure.
Absolutely. Alan Thornhill has said that he favours the green ball. Not much, he said, but he favours the green ball. Now, this is where the umpire and the marker are very worried.
Yeah, well, you can only make it's always a judgment, and the players know that it's a judgment. It's not a definitive.
I know, but if they get it wrong, when they go back into the players' lounge, they get some grief.
The calipers.
Like to see those out. Very accurate. Alex just walked away thinking it was
One shot, Greg Harlo.
a bit further in it than what he thought. And Alan Thornhill got it absolutely right. Reputation intact yet again.
He can go to the players' lounge later.
He can. He can.
Still advantage to Alex Marshall. Here's a familiar figure in the Scottish Bowls. That's Ron MacArthur, currently the president of the Scottish Indoor Bowling Association, also a Commonwealth Games silver medalist. He was the cited person for Robert Conway and the pairs.
Craig, another score this end really will help. Ball on the jack, that'll do. It's brought it over to his other one too. There's space between them. There's plenty of space for Alex to get in, but I think Alex should be thinking, well,
3 feet.
You know, just get the shot this end.
Yeah.
Certainly looks like a draw on the forehand. You wouldn't want to go into the last end unless it's necessary.
Well played.
Well, notice that Alex has now changed his bowls, of course. He's now working for a different manufacturer. And he will be using the Aero bowls from now on, as opposed to the Henselite that he was so involved with for so many years working for them. Well, not so much Henselite as a distributor for Henselite.
Greg knew he was short there.
Oh dear. So I'll be happy with that, because Alex now knows the line to take after his last bowl. You know, just try and adjust the weight very slightly. A bit of a given, wasn't it?
One red.
Yeah, that was a put your mortgage on type of shot.
Have to come down to the runner. Remove the ball on the bag. If he gets it absolutely right, he might just get the 2 balls. Not sure if the angle's right for the 2 balls. He's in the area. Oh, well.
Well, he lies.
I think he might have picked up a single. Let's just see. In the target area, so has he been fortunate enough to lie the shot or not?
There's a little nibble.
There's always a chance of Jack bouncing up the green too with that shot. Alex playing a little controlled shot across the green. That's not easy. Gets his own ball, he could get a result. Or not.
Well, there was almost 3 choices there, wasn't there? There was a jack, the green ball, or play onto his own short one.
One shot, Greg Harlo.
Well, Greg Harlo keeps things alive. But it is just a single, so a full house required to share the set. One of these instances, David, you're just defending now. If you're Alex Marshall, just don't give your opponent the chance and see it out nice and easy, no drama.
Play the same as he
Jack
has been
length,
playing
24.5 metres.
in this match so far. Keep them all nice and tight in. In some ways, Greg will relax because he knows the chances of getting a 4 here are very remote, so he'll just relax and try and build the head up as best he can. Line was good the last time. It's just a matter of dropping a little bit of weight. Right through. Greg will draw another one here, and suddenly, well, there is a bit of room. You can see it better at that angle. It's a bit surprising Alex ran through with that sort of pace with the second ball. Now, Greg, have you pushed it up?
No, you've got to be there.
Well, I think that's it now, really. 2.5 feet short.
Last bowl. The distance off the jab is 23.5 metres. 24.5. 24.5.
Alex just querying the jack length. Well, that's the way these guys operate to that. If you tell them something that's a particular length, they play to it as well. They don't need to do it. You can cite it, of course, but... and there you go, you see. There's the adjustment. Yeah, it's like telling someone the pace of a green. If you tell them it's 14 seconds, the top players will pop the ball down at a 14-second rate. You know, they're finely tuned that way. Not much for Greg here, except to try and pop it out and hope to stay. Yep. Little controlled weight shot.
It's too tight. It's one shot to Alex Marshall.
One shot, first set to Alex Marshall.
Well, if you were looking for a word to describe that opening set from an Alex Marshall point of view, it would be efficient. Did everything he had to do, did it well.
Yeah, it's no drama. Didn't need the big drive. Didn't have to play too many difficult controlled weight shots.
Last time these
Jack
players
Lentz,
met in the
28
World
metres.
semi-final back in 2015. 7-6, 7-5, a great game it was. Just 25 shots over the total of the match. Alex Marshall going on to win the title.
This looks good. Yep, and all the way behind it. Good starter.
What is that behind, Alan, please? Last bowl is 10 inches.
Well, this will be very much about who manages to play well at the opponent's jack length. Greg looks to be going short most of the time. He's preferring the longer jack lengths. He just needs to rest into the bowl here. Yep, that's perfect.
One red.
Both these players through round one. Easy qualifiers in the end. Alex Marshall against the Israeli Shalom Ben-Ami. Greg Harlo, slightly tougher prospect Carol Porto with the USA. Both through in straight sets after both players lost in round one of the Scottish International Open last year.
One red. And the gap, please. On the shot bar, the gap is 2 inches.
Yes, I think the players all look around to see where the draws are for some of the more inexperienced overseas players in particular, where they don't get the opportunity to play on the indoor rinks as much. And for any overseas player to get these top guys, it's very, very difficult.
Close with this one.
He's got it all the way. Look through it from halfway up.
One green.
No one. Lovely, just a arriving draw with enough weight to rest the bowl. Now, it doesn't always happen that way, of course, Paul, you know that yourself, but like Alex Marshall to lose to someone who doesn't play indoor bowls would just not happen. It just really would not happen. But some of the UK qualifiers in particular are very difficult. Off his own ball and roll back. Another good second. I must admit, I would like to see some of the really top Australians coming out. David Holt is an exception, of course. He's a very, very good player. Good representative for Australia this year, but I'd love to see some of their elite players, the players that go to the World Championships and Commonwealth Games. Greg's not even going to bother with the last ball.
Well, sometimes you can't improve on what you've got. I'll be happy to get ahead in the opening set. We saw Mac McLean last year reach the quarter-final.
Yep.
Did very well, the Aussie.
He did indeed.
Let's see how the champion is doing and how he's enjoying watching his clubmate Nicky Brett is with Dougie Vipond.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, we were just talking there about what Greg would do for that last bowl in his hand, and yeah, you were saying perhaps just take the one. He didn't even bother throwing the ball down, but wise decision.
Yeah, I think he's just looking to grab some momentum, really. Alex has drawn really good so far, so Greg will sneak on one first end of the second set and try and grab an initiative early and put Alex back under the pump.
It's quite interesting, isn't it? Because Alex Marshall really looks on it in this match, but in this format, you know, forget about the first set. Let's get on with the second set, and you know, and it's anyone's game after that. Potentially, if you get to a tie break.
That is true. Greg will be looking just to sneak as many ends as he can and take it to the back end of this this set, really. But Alex has drawn fantastic so far, so Greg will just be looking for a chip, a couple of 1s and 2s early to grab some momentum.
And Greg really does have the game to win this. There's no doubt about it. I mean, he's a great player, isn't he?
Oh, he is, yeah. I mean, but you know, it's like anything. Alex is, every time Greg's played a good one, Alex beat it almost the next bowl in the first set. So Greg will be looking for just to get a bit tighter earlier and then force Alex into a couple of runners and maybe get the wrong edge or something.
Okay, so how do you think this will end up then?
I knew he was going to say that. I'm going to go at tie break, but I wouldn't like to say who's going to win.
Well, thank you for that. You've turned into Andy Thompson then. You just like started sitting on the fence. Thank you.
It's a very good fence.
Nicky, thanks very much.
No worries, thank you.
There is no better fence in Scotland than the one in Perth.
Yes, we build it specially. Constructed gantry for people to sit on.
But Nicky made a very good point. When usually Greg has played a good ball, Alex responded almost automatically, and that kind of thing can wear on you if your opponent is. You've done well, but your opponent always almost with the next ball just does that bit better.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Alex has been doing, but I think he was being diplomatic there as well, to a point, you know. I think Alex will know that Greg will come back at him pretty hard in this second set.
7 inches past Jack high. 1 green. Sorry, how many? 7 inches past Jack high. 1 green.
Good again. That's pretty much what I expected.
2 inches past Jack high.
As Nicky was saying as well, and I believe too that you're really trying to force Alex into playing the hard shots, the runners, because he's drawing so well, and because they're not easy.
Well, here is the running ball from Alex Marshall. He's got it.
Well, he has, but the jack's gone off into a respot position. His own toucher's in the ditch. That won't matter because the jack's off the rink, and he'll go back on the respot, and Greg will be line 3. And he's got a ball to come, which will be 4. There we go. Lots of room, of course, but you know, at the same time, it's not the best result, is it?
No, if that jack had just held in.
Oh, it was unbeatable if it had held in the ditch, but that's what's going to happen if you're going to put the pressure on, and you just hope that your opponent, even if he's on target, you sort of hope that he hasn't the best result in the world. And Greg will be looking for a good close ball. Yeah, that's great. Now, normally Alex would just drive that, but because there's 4 against him, he can't. He's going to have to draw it. So first target is second shot, and then he'll be hoping to draw it.
So these players practice drawing to the respot. It's all part of the preparation.
There's never any bother with getting second shot. It wasn't the issue. It's just whether you're going to make it for the number 1. He's just dropped a little short. Happy enough with that.
1 shot, Greg Harlo.
So Greg Harlo, who needs this set to force a tie break. 2 singles, leads by 2-0.
The difficulty with these sort of draws are that we know that either of these 2 players can go on and win the event.
Jack length 29.5 meters.
They would have been preferring to have been sort of coming up against each other more in the quarter-final, semi-final stage. But then when you add in Stuart Anderson, Paul Foster, Darren Bernett, Nicky Brett, Robert Paxton, they're all potential winners. Andy Thompson's in there, and I wouldn't dismiss Andy in any way, mainly because he wouldn't let me. But no, Andy likes playing here, plays well here.
There's half a dozen former winners lined up at the start of the tournament. Nicky Brett is the man to beat, having won it twice.
Just under 3 feet.
One of those open tournaments where you sort of think to yourself there's a potential 8 to 10 players who could win this out of the 32.
Yeah.
Four feet through with his first. This the correction. Oh, it's an easy game when you're as good as Alex Marshall. Harlo off the other hand.
Needs an edge. Oh, he got the edge. That might be enough. He just got the tiniest edge.
It's very close to shot now, Alex. Slightly green.
It's a good call.
Very slightly. It's very close.
Alan really doesn't have enough time with the shot clock to go in and have a really good look at that. Oh, look at this. Look at this. The crowd were clapping that, what, 4 or 5 meters away. They knew it was close. And we were saying before, and so was Nicky, and we've been saying it too, Paul. Greg gets a good one in. Alex bangs it in right away. That's a super shot, it really is. He set up a back position for himself as well.
Change of hand for Greg Harlo.
Obviously doesn't fancy the forehand the way it's sitting. Surprised at that. Thought he might have just tried to play it in the forehand, give himself a little chance of turning the ball over. But all down to personal choice at the end of the day, and he favoured the back. One on the measure. Greg favours us just the one. Yep.
One shot, Alex Marshall.
It's a bit of a match for the connoisseur list, to be honest with you. You know, there's a lot in it that you don't automatically see right away, and to be truthful with you, the shot clock is there, and it's there for different reasons, but really quite like to see this one with plenty of time available. There's a psychological battle going on out there as well, albeit between guys that know each other very well.
Slightly past, 2 inches past.
So little to choose between Alex Marshall and Greg Harlo. Greg Harlo, semi-final of the world last season, a round 1 exit in Scotland, round 2 of the International Open as he pops his opening ball right on top.
That was a big run by the semi-final. He needed that because he's at seeded 10, and that was a massive amount of points to pick up. Can't really think of Greg Harlo going sort of down the rankings. You always look at him as one of the sort of top 5, 6, 7 players, and others are coming through now with Nicky Brett and Robert Paxton.
Number 1 in 2006, again in 2012. Never been out the top 4 in that period. As you mentioned, David, he's down to 10, and that grabs your attention.
Green.
A wry smile there because he knows he's left the target, and Alex Marshall will more than likely play in with weight to this. Ooh, now movement somewhere, but start again.
Keeping a very close eye on this.
No, he's close.
Got it.
Yeah. Nothing to disturb him there with that one. Played it well. Took Greg's touching ball off the rink as well. Same time. Could have locked on to the back red ball, but that would have been asking a bit much. I'd be very happy with that result.
Like that to run out. As
1 green.
well, the way Alex Marshall's playing, not convinced that's close enough. Still has a ball to play though.
Well, the only thing is coming after a running ball is the only problem, and the jack is off centre. I'm not sure if he's wide enough, that's all. He could be inside it if he's got good weight, not to drift too much. I think that's running off it.
1 green.
Yeah, weight was good, missed the line. That's rare.
As he acknowledged himself.
Is it the camera? Yeah, okay.
And it comes, played it well.
And Alex hit the head well.
2 shots, Greg Harlo.
Greg picks up the double.
Plenty of support on the balcony for Greg Harlo.
Yes, his wife Kay, along with Les Gillett, Razor. Always like to see Razor about the place at events.
Good chat with him earlier.
Never fails to entertain, is our Les.
Good lad.
He's got a good history, Les, as well. He came to the fore back in 1997 through the qualifiers to win the International Open, and out of the top 16 for a while. He's fought his way through. And he's back into the upper echelons of the professional indoor circuit. And that's not easy to do. He gets a lot of credit for it.
Great determination to come back. He's enjoyed some success here in Scotland.
He's a good player, Les.
Gap on the last bowl is 2 inches.
He's going for the balls here, Alex Marshall. Accurate again.
Jack, there it goes under the respot. Bowled one through, but he'll not worry about that. The whole idea was to open it up. You can't always get a 100% result, but you'll be very happy to get a bit of space around it, because there's signs that Greg's just coming into things now. He's definitely the more dominant force in the second set. And Alex was very much the lead player in the first set. Well, that's stopping quicker than what I thought. I bet you Greg thought that was closer as well.
1 green.
It's a better looking track out there.
Yeah, slightly higher line. Get the reward all the way in he comes.
On the previous end he did look a bit on the narrow side when he had to play the respot. That certainly looked better all the way. And 18 inches is doable.
It's going to come the other way.
Oh, I can't blame him for that. He was very wide with his last delivery, and it made it into effectively in front of the jack, so he can't go any wider. He's been forced to come across the line. It's all about good weight now. Stop any time. Anchors out. Nope. Just a little bit over on the weight, and Alex can reply with the second shot, brings him right back into things. A spare shot opportunity, this one.
Again, he's out on a good line. If he got the weight just to bring it round and then stay. Here it comes, it's the winner.
Hit it well, hit it really well.
Two shots, Alex Marshall.
Good hit by Alex, followed up by two good draws.
Oh, we knew it would be close. It is. Alex Marshall taking the opening set. Greg Harlo, the advantage of 1 with 4 to play.
This is close.
It is close.
Jack length 29 metres.
I don't think he would have worried just too much, to be truthful with you, because I think they're both playing well enough at almost any length. But you're always, if you're looking for the full length, always happy to see it come in. Jack stop on the rink. And you're even happier to see a first ball like that.
Playing away from the commentary box end, if we could see that all the way in. Gets in the way for Alex Marshall, so he'll change onto the forehand. He's pushing it up and see him, which will suggest it's not where he wants it to be.
It's a bit pacey, so he's going chasing a little bit.
18 inches.
Jack's off centre, so the normal situation that forehand would be, it would hold off with a little bit of weight, so makes sense to play with a yard more. Chance of catching the ball or the jack. Well, he's trying to turn the jack round the corner. If he misses it, he gets a good position ball. Oh, that's lovely. It really is lovely there.
2 red.
Craig, forehand runner, just a little bit away on.
No, 1 out, 3 seconds now. Back position's all green.
Just want something in there. I want to draw a second shot. It's something not close enough that both can be moved at the same time.
He was on the target area. He could have easily flicked the jack. Another ball needed. Close.
Forehand runner again from Greg Harlo. Narrower out the hand.
Yeah, big narrow.
2 shots, Alex Marshall.
Oh, it's a nice little 2 for Alex to pick up back to back. Be an interesting run in now for the last 3 ends.
Well, he ticked the boxes with his last ball. Not close enough to get taken out. Close enough to be the second shot. Gets him in the lead.
Yes, Greg very much going for opportunity of punching the jack back.
28 metres.
Where he had all the back position, of course, or taking 1 out for damage limitation. So 5-4, 3 ends to go. All to fight for. Still a tough one.
Looks well played. In touch. Alec immediately onto the forehand. He can use the green ball to rest upon.
I think you hold once, close.
Greg will settle for that. Try and drop another one in. A little touch in the jack would be good. Drop on his own ball. Make a double. Put the pressure on Alex to play a shot here. Yeah, he's good.
Yes, exactly.
Alex using the jack level. That's interesting. That's the new term. Well, it's not new now. It's been in for a few years, but most people still call it jack high. Very proper from Mr. Marshall, MBE.
Jack high, the common term. Like the club's ball. Just to the side out, he runs through.
Good place though. Good home. That gives him options in the next one, but maybe he's thinking to himself. Second shot would be good. Just gone an inch or two too far. Alex will take a timeout on this. Looking at the respot position, he also can't afford to take his own ball out on a runner. If he does that, he's definitely 3 down. It might just be better to draw this off on the forehand.
Timeout called. Alex has 3 timeouts remaining.
You know, if he's dropping into there on the forehand, edges it off. The respot position, well, it's over in this direction.
Yeah, off to the right hand side.
Yeah, the white mark. The right hand side of your picture.
Harlo does have a ball to play.
He's looking just to try and rest up to the green ball and rest it off for the single. Jack through to his own ball would also be good. Dropped away.
That looks like it's worse.
Yeah, oh, that was unlucky. He wanted the ball, not the jack.
How many timeouts? 1, 2 timeouts.
Graves, plenty of timeouts. He doesn't need to worry. 2 timeouts. But we see this. If he got the ball, he was absolutely perfect because he didn't have enough weight to carry the jack through. Disappointment. That ball just dropped away, and I don't. Well, we don't know what the position is, but it's at least 1.
At least 1. Does look like 2. See what Greg Harlo does.
I think the reaction from Alex sort of give me an indication that it's more than 1. But Greg trying to play into his own ball if he can. Drop inside to the reds, even better. Oh, what a shot that is. Oh. Yeah, I think he was almost thinking if I get a drop on the jack.
2 shots, Greg Harlo.
It was only the 1. That was a really good ball.
Well, it looked like he was lying to. It wasn't.
Just looking to see, he was hoping here just to get the edge off the red and drop back on the jack where he would have made 4. But 2 it is.
Well, Greg Harlo has 1 timeout left. 2 ends to play in this set. Potentially a tie break as well, so you might be in hurry up mode a couple of times.
It's been good this
Jack
set.
length 29 meters.
Really good this set. Greg just moved up a gear in the second set and has been matching Alex all the way. On occasion putting him under pressure. Both players have been using weight shots to get out of bother. So there's been absolutely nothing between them. Just following that ball up to make sure he had the right line. Certainly has. He wasn't sure for a moment, encouraging it on.
Gap on the red bowl is 2 inches. On your bowl, it's 5 inches.
Greg's tempted to play this on the forehand as well, but he was so close with his last ball. Oh, that's I thought I heard a lot of talking going on there. Yeah, I think he's right. I think it's it was something that he was just indicating you should stop the shot clock there because it wasn't his fault.
Yeah, it didn't appear to be movement, it was noise.
Yeah, yeah, and you're perfectly allowable to do that. We've had it before, and it's happened before actually with a mobile phone, and we just stopped the shot clock and that's it. Forget about it.
There was a mobile phone went off in my church a couple of weeks ago. It was actually the minister's.
Excellent when that happens, isn't it?
Boy, did we have fun.
I bet.
To be fair, he was quite embarrassed.
Well, he was getting a call from his boss, wasn't he?
Here's Alex Marshall. Well, that's a bit of protection in front.
Gap on the shot bowl now is 1 inch. 1 red.
Greg might be looking at this. He's still got the draw on the backhand, but it's very difficult. It really is. And is he can afford to go into the last end level, knowing he has to win the next end anyway? As long as he doesn't lose 2 shots.
Well, he was trying hard with that, just not enough weight.
You know, but both players have been reasonably tentative here, and can understand why. More so Greg has to be very careful. He would dearly like to open the head up, but just can't afford to. Alex drops this one in though. He might be tempted.
He gets way back.
Yes,
round the corner.
That's a useful one though.
1 red.
Every ball has value there for Alex Marshall. Well, he's gone on to the forehand. Thought he might at some stage, but he'll be just be trying to tap the ball, draw around it.
Hard shot, but he doesn't have the weight.
Well, he needs to be careful. He really does. You know, it's one shot. Still has to win the last end, no matter what. You know, 2 shots. Well, that's different.
I mean, it's possible here for Alex if he can come round and just touch onto that jack. He could look at a 3.
It's tricky, I would say. You know, I still think he'll just play the draw. To be truthful with you, just try and drop in on the high side, leave it at 2. You know, if he can get 2, he'll be absolutely delighted. He really will be.
Alex has 2 timeouts remaining.
You know, he knows the way it's sitting. With 1 green ball in there, if he can get to it, could make a difference. That's why he's looking at the angles, but it's terribly risky. It really is. He would like to go into the last end holding, you know, 1 2-shot lead, give himself a little bit of a buffer. But it'll need a very good ball to add another one there. I don't think he's got any other choice but to draw.
Well, sometimes you've got to be wary when you forced Alex Marshall into a drawing shot. It's a good line, is he here?
No. 1 shot, Alex Marshall.
Well, it was on the cards for a number of bowls there, wasn't it? Last 3 or 4 bowls didn't have any real effect on that head. But 6-all, 1-end shootout, and Greg will have the last delivery. Force a tie break. Nothing between these 2 players in this set. It's been super super stuff.
And the 3 singles meetings between these gentlemen since 2006. 2 out of the 3 have gone to tie break.
Jack length 28 metres.
This is where a good first ball can dictate the whole end.
Making absolutely sure he was behind it. In this situation, you're better to adjust back than adjust forward.
Three and a half feet.
He's adjusted well, and he comes, Greg Harlo.
That looked good, no doubt about that. Alex will be looking to repeat his last ball, drop on the red one, fall back. But can't do any more than that. Shot against, you draw the shot, see what your opponent does. Alex must like this because he's right up beside it, trying to encourage it forward. Just didn't have the weight. Another foot or so needed. He must have really liked that because he was right behind it. However, Greg Harlo's line the one, and he will play the backhand again, try and get onto the red ball as well, get a closer one.
Timeout called.
Timeout called. I think that's his final timeout.
Well, he gets a tie break, he gets an extra one anyway, so that'll be good for him. He might as well use them. This is an important ball. If he plays this absolutely right, it's going to be very hard for Alex Marshall to do anything about it, just the way the balls are sitting.
It's not there.
Oh, I tell you what, I reckon he thought that was closer as well.
Well, he knows he's given Alex Marshall a chance here.
Yeah, Alex will use his timeout as well. It's drop on the back, red ball, fall back, shot, set, match.
Timeout called.
He's looking at the front ball as well to try and take the green one out.
Alex has one timeout remaining.
I think the difficulty, Paul, was that he probably thought his last ball was right on it and it dropped short, and that's what is sort of making him quite hesitant. If he knew that he was half a yard short with his third ball, he wouldn't hesitate. He would just go straight in there and draw it. But because of that, he's thinking to himself, if I play this in the forehand, I could get ball on the ball and it doesn't matter.
Well, Big decision for Alex Marshall. The draw of the weight shot.
He's going for the runner, ball on the ball. Well, he's in the area if he's watching it.
He's got contact on the red, but he doesn't take the green
I
out.
don't believe it. Oh, goodness me, that looks so good.
Greg Harlo, match tiebreak.
Well, he gave himself 2 chances there. Ball on the ball, a green ball out clean. Oh, split away from the green ball. Couldn't get any closer.
It's ahead. Your choice. First end tiebreak. Alex won the toss. And given
Greg
the
Harlo and Alex Marshall not disappointing in this game. Alex Marshall felt he had it there, but it wasn't to be for the 3rd time in 4 WBT singles meetings between these two great players. It's a tie break.
It's been good stuff.
Alex Marshall won the toss, has given the mat to Greg Harlo.
Yeah. I think he's still shaking his head about that ball because I think Alex was looking at it. I was watching him. I actually wasn't watching the ball because the body language normally tells you when he's right there with any of the top players, in fact. I would have said even a yard away from that, he reckoned he had it.
Back length 25.5 metres.
It's good bowling. It's good stuff.
Well, we've seen very few tie breaks so far, certainly compared to last year. It seemed to be every other game.
Well, there's so many good players left in the event after the first round.
Yeah, 2.5
I think
inches past Jack high.
we're going to see a lot of tie breaks.
Maximum of 3 ends, of course. If you're not familiar with the format, 3 ends maximum. Single shot counts at each. And that's interesting. Not hanging around.
Well, he's opened it up. Fancy that.
Well, open it up. I mean, if you do get it clean and you run with it to the ditch, your quid's in.
Absolutely.
And if not, just open it up.
Oh, it can be a valid tactic when you're this good. It's not when you're not that good.
Yeah.
It's all right if you're Alex Marshall or Paul Foster or Greg Harlo or somebody, but it's a hard shot to play. Just replacing it with another, but Alex will be drawing this time. I'm sure there's enough space. Now, can he get his weight right after playing the runner? It looks quick. Oh, it is quick.
Very quick out the hand, didn't it?
Didn't expect it to be that far away. I don't think he did either.
Well, the thing with that was he realised that Greg hadn't played a particularly good second ball, and it was available to him. And Greg can now make the alterations required.
So much better with this one. Well, that changes things. And I'll tell you what, well, no, the angle's not right. I'm just thinking.
No, it was a small gap.
Where's the
Yeah,
jack?
very small gap.
Where's the jack going to go here? Probably off the rink if he goes for it. Well, he can't draw it. There's no point. He might as well try and hit it. Jack will go on the respot if he does.
He's missed it.
Oh no, not the back one. Yep, that was actually a valuable ball for him, and it might just stay on. It's right on the edge of the rink.
Have a look. And they're happy that it's in. Makes it hard shot. Greg Harlo will leave it alone, has to come to the respot.
He'll just go to the respot, that's all he can do. Like, he's played a really good end here. Alex missed the chance on the first draw, and Greg closed it down. You know, it doesn't really matter if he gets very close to the respot, he just has to be closer than the red ball. And it's 2 or 3 yards away, so there you go. You know, he's 3-4 feet away maybe, but that doesn't matter. More than good enough. Alex might have to play this on the forehand and just try and chop the ball off and stay. That is a horrible shot, to be honest with you. In terms of difficulty, it's almost off the scale. There's no hit on now.
Timeout call.
Oh, this is a toughie. Yep, on the forehand, just over the weight. It's hard to judge the line, never mind the weight of it. Yep, just under. Didn't play through it.
First in, Greg Harlo.
Couldn't afford to be too heavy anyway, just had to try and draw it. That was a difficult one.
Greg Harlo takes the opening to this tie break, and we'll have last ball as well.
Jack length 28 meters.
Fantastic game. Alex had the edge in the first set.
1 inch under.
Very little between them in the second.
I got 1 inch.
Greg just edging that one. And now the crowd are hoping for a third end of the tie break.
Twelve inch gap. Sorry? 12-inch gap.
Oh, that's terrific.
Just needs to get down, that's all. The weight looks very close to me. Oh, that's a brilliant ball. Absolutely brilliant.
One red.
My ball's slightly short.
Yes, 1 inch short of Jack high.
Well, there was no panic, there was no problem.
No, Greg will be tempted with this. Well, he's on the backhand. I thought he might have been tempted on the forehand. Ball on the bowl, ball on the jack, just to try and open things up a little bit. Played it slightly under the line, just didn't have enough weight to hold it. You can see the shot in the forehand. Alex isn't. He's played a great ball here, Alex, but the problem is that he now can't really afford to go near it. That's the difficulty. And if he does go near it, it's just going to make it easier, or possibly even give it away, and that would be giving match away with one ball to go. I think he has to stay away from it.
Do you come through? Do you try and plug the gap? Do you mess up the forehand?
No, because the backhand's playable as well. And it's available both sides for Greg.
Yeah, just coming around.
Yeah, he's playing on the respot. He really no shot. You know, absolutely no shot to play. You know, it's for, as I say before, for the connoisseur, this is brilliant. This is tactical genius. You know, about what to do and when to do it. And Greg on the forehand now, ball on the bowl. You know, it's a wonderful psychological battle out there. Expect Greg on his forehand in particular to be close to this. Yep, and he is. Now, will he get it right? Yes, he has. And that was the problem for Alex. He couldn't go near it because he couldn't afford to give the shot away. But
2 green.
That's an amazing ball. It's superb from Greg Harlo, and he has a match lie.
he had to leave that shot and hope that Greg missed it. That's all he could do.
So it's advantage England.
Now the difficulty is that that plant looks like it's taking his closest red ball out, but he still has the front red one. So if he's looking at it, I think he's going to have to play the runner straight through onto the green ball. It will take out, and this is where the problem is, that it will take out this ball probably. I would imagine that will happen, but he still has the front one.
Both players with one ball to play. So that complicates things as well.
It does. It does. So it's because the difficulty is he has to go pretty hard at it if it's on the forehand to make sure all the balls go. His best result would probably get the front ball onto it and get it on the respot. It looks wide.
Oh, yeah. Such are the margins of balls at this level. And Greg Harlo snaps a 3-game losing streak against Alex Marshall in World Bowls Tour singles. What a game. We expected an epic match, and that's precisely what we got. Alex Marshall took the first set. Greg Harlo took the second. At the tiebreak to the Englishman by 2-0. It's Greg Harlo who advances to the quarterfinals of the Scottish International Open.
Well, we knew it was going to be a great game, and it's turned out exactly that. Ends 1-10 each. Total shots scored 14-10. That's really due to the first set being 8-3 for Alex Marshall. Touchers, nothing in it. It was super stuff. Alex just shaded the first set, Greg the second. It was a game for the connoisseur, there was no doubt about that. Wonderful bowling, and it's Greg Harlo just gets past Alex Marshall into the quarterfinals.
Yes, Greg Harlo through by a whisker, but through nonetheless. Greg, I spoke to you before this match, and I said to you we're expecting this to be an epic tussle, and it certainly was that.
Yeah, I wasn't too sure at halfway it was going to be an epic tussle, but I was glad it turned into that one for you. Yeah, cheers.
Absolutely. And Alex, I mean, you got off to a great start, doing really well at the start there. You know, line and length was very, very good, and it was looking promising.
Yeah, I was very happy, but I always know that Greg's going to come back at me. Greg wasn't to sell the first set, but I kind of dominated the first set, played really well, and happy with the way things were going. But as I say, I expected Greg to come back strong, and he did.
This format, of course, if you lose the first set, you can almost forget about it, because there's always that option, isn't it? And that seemed to be the way you were playing the game, because you were struggling a wee bit in that first set.
Yeah, I was dropping too many short bowls, to be honest with you, and I never give up on a set, but to be honest, the first set in my mind had gone, and I was trying to reset for the second set, because I needed a start in that one. If not, if I let Alex away in the second set, you know, be down the road.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess maybe the turning point in the match was the 7th end of the second set from your point of view, and a big bowl required to put the pressure on Alex.
Yeah, not necessarily. I'd got a good lead and then let it slip. And then, yeah, it was a big bowl again to get my nose back in front again, which is all important when you're chasing to win the second set. So, yeah, this just got me my nose in front again. I played a good end. That was probably my best end of the match, to be fair.
Yeah, it was all looking very good indeed. And you were, I remember at that point, Alex, you did clap because it was a fine bowl, and it put the pressure on you, forced you to play with a little bit of weight on your finals bowl of that set as well. And what was your thoughts behind using the weight as opposed to the draw?
What I was really looking for is to get, Greg's bowl, Mon's short bowl onto Greg's bowl, and I thought all the way I had it all the way because the red ball was touching the green ball, and I got the 3/4 of the red ball, but the green ball just didn't move. Even if the green ball rolled over once, it would have been enough, but Greg still had a ball to come, but it would have made a difference if I moved that green ball.
It was millimetres, wasn't it really, Greg? I mean, standing watching that, I noticed you you breathed a sigh of relief at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I could see he was on target, so I was sort of setting myself to say, right, okay, you've got about 8 inches to redraw the shot, which is never easy to save the match. And as Alex says, as the red one disappeared and my green one stayed there, it was, relief, to be fair. I'm glad not to play the last bowl.
I'm sure you were. And let's look at the tie-break as well, because I mean, ultimately, a very, very big bowl from you to close out the match, essentially force Alex again into a big shot.
Yeah, I think I was probably in the ascendancy then. Alex had been in charge of the whole match. I'd pinched the second to get into the tie-break, and then I was probably feeling the most confident I'd been through the whole game. And again, that was just a great shot that I just felt I could get, whereas probably in the first set I wouldn't have felt I could get anywhere near that one, to be honest.
I guess that's the thing, Alex. Confidence is key in this game, and his line and length was getting really, really strong towards the end of the match, where yours had been absolutely on the money at the beginning.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, as I say, Greg played a brilliant shot with that last ball, and he virtually left me with nothing to play. The only chance that I had was really getting one red ball into Greg's 2 balls, or getting the red one onto the jack. But again, if the jack goes back, Greg's still got 4 feet to draw the shot, and that guy just doesn't miss.
He certainly doesn't. He was on fire, no doubt about it. But quarterfinals for you again here in Perth, and playing very well.
Yeah. I mean, obviously happy with that. I need to start a bit earlier because obviously, if not, I could be in trouble. Again, I think overall the game, I think I probably pinched it a little bit. I think Alex was the more consistent, but very happy to be in the quarterfinals, and I'll look forward to it. I believe it's Thursday now, so day off.
A day off. Well, enjoy yourself this evening. Alex, commiserations to you. A great match once again here. Greg, Harlo through to the quarterfinals. Well done. Wow, absolutely fantastic stuff from these two, and great bowls. Alex just great in that first set. Greg really got it right at the right time. He's through to the quarterfinals of the competition. Now, who will be in the quarterfinals alongside Greg Harlo? Will Andy Thompson be there, do you reckon? Well, I don't think anyone would argue if you called Andy Thompson Mr. Consistency. He's been and has an uncanny ability to get himself into the business end of tournaments. Quiet, unassuming, but deadly on the rink. Andy made it all the way to the final of the World Championship singles earlier this year.
People keep going on about my age, and obviously at my age to get to a World Singles final is really quite special, really. And I was just delighted to be there, and I had been playing really good bowls up to the final, and unfortunately, I went down a couple of notches, perhaps, in form. And Alex played really well, so good to get to the final, but just disappointed the way I performed, really. Very fortunate I've managed to win world titles and what have you. However, I still have the urge to actually come up to Scotland here, which is family. My family are up here, so it's always nice to come back to Scotland as well. My home is obviously down south, but I still have the motivation to do well in any big tournament. And for me, the big tournaments really are the TV ones. These are the ones you want to try to excel in, and that's a goal of the season for me, especially in the indoor season. I keep reasonably fit, so I think that's quite an important part. I don't go do much fitness training. However, unfortunately I'm quite slim, so therefore I've been lucky maybe in that respect. But I think maybe I feel as though I've still got another 4 or 5 years left. I would think, but it's always quite difficult. Once you get on a bit, people do question what you know, my motivation is still there. I still want to actually seriously do well in the tournaments. I prepare for them, I practice for them, so I do still work at my game. And you know, maybe when I lose the love of working at your game, then maybe that's when you start to think, well, maybe I shouldn't be here. My form is good. I don't feel as though I'm, you know, the form is declining in any way, so I still feel as though I'm playing quite well. I practice with all the top players and I feel as though I can match them. And you know, you're right, you just don't quite know. It might just be your week, you know, who knows. You know, obviously there's one or two of the top boys who are still the favourites. However, I could still match them on any given day.
Yeah, match them and beat them. Evergreen Andy Thompson playing fantastic bowls this week and also at the Worlds earlier this year. This afternoon right here at the Dewar Centre in Perth, he faces David Richardson. Well, the qualifier from Grattan's Indoor Club in Crawley knocked Mark Dawes out in the opening round, won the English Champion of Champions 5 years ago and is something of an unknown quantity on the World Bowls Tour, but he does know today's opponent pretty well.
Well, it's lovely, it's nice to bowl on it. It's not quite what I expected. I thought it'd be quicker, but I'm happy with it. I had a good result on it, so can't really moan about it. Well, I've been playing for 32 years now, been on the PBA circuit for about 7-8 years. Very delighted to get this far. I've played him outdoors 3 times, I'm 2-1 behind, so I hope to get one on him indoors. The occasion, the players you've got here, quality players, the standard's very high, just take one round at a time. I'm just taking a year at a time, and if I qualify again, it's good.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a very warm welcome to the final 2 bowlers onto the rink here at the Dewar Centre in Perth this afternoon. Former England Champion of Champions, David Richardson. And facing David this afternoon, former world champion, Andy Thompson. Yes, this should be a very fine match indeed. Joining Paul Mitchell in the commentary box is Robert Paxton.
And Robert, it's interesting, Andy Thompson in his interview, he's nothing to prove to anybody anymore. He's just enjoying it, he's loving it, but he's capable of winning this tournament.
Oh, definitely, he says that, he's enjoying it and all that, but he's going out there with one thing in mind, and that's to win, not just this game, but the whole tournament.
Well, he's certainly capable, there's no doubt about that with Andy Thompson. And Andy Thompson with the World Championship runner-up. He's been playing well. He's a good player.
Meters.
And it's a test to play somebody you've not really played that often, certainly not played indoors.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's going to enjoy it out there today. He can go out there, give it his best, and say, as soon as he gets on the board, his nerves will go. And I think he could give Andy a game out there.
So the opening ball comes from David Richardson. Oh, that's a nice way to start too. What we've seen, Robert, is, you know, for the players who have come through, they've qualified, it's important that they get into the game immediately, because if you fall behind, you don't want to fall behind against the likes of Andy Thompson.
No, definitely. You've got to keep yourself in there, confidence-wise, basically. I mean, there's so many qualifiers coming through these days that are really knocking on the door just because of that. They're getting the confidence on the green just by keeping with the seeds, and if you're with them, then the seeds are the only one that are worried.
for a good opening ball. A little bit short and left.
He's changed bowls since the first round as well, so he's just getting used to a new set. It's always a little bit different.
One red.
Very good first round win against Mark Dawes. 7-5, 11-7. But he had a very good comeback in the second set. He was 7-0 down.
Yeah, he played some great bowls in that second set to get himself back into it. Put Mark under pressure.
Left-handed player. Change the hand, looking for a change of result. Still short. Red ball looks a little bit lonely.
Yeah, I don't think Andy will be too adventurous to start with. Just drawing in.
He's decided to have a
Just gotta
go.
be careful.
He'll get this here. How far through does he run now? Potentially one green. He wanted the jack ideally. If he was going to stun, he wanted his ball to stop.
Umpire.
Well, first end. First job for our umpire.
Yeah, and it's a nice easy one for Sandra here.
Ball scattered to the four corners of the compass. There we go. 4 points of the compass. It's probably better English. Yeah, check which red ball is closest first. Looked like the shot, and it is.
One shot, Andy Thompson.
So from David Richardson's point of view, played one good ball in that end, so only lose a one, you're quite happy.
Yeah, I mean he played a good opener, scratched a bit of the third, next three, but say I think he'll get there. He's a little bit nervous, obviously, in front of the TV cameras first time, but I think he'll settle down.
Jack length 29 metres.
Coming back from out there. So David Richardson, the qualifier. You had a bit of trouble yourself with the qualifier, Gary R. Smith.
Yeah, I mean,
Good
even though Gary's a qualifier, he's better than that in practice, basically. I mean, he's a fantastic player, Gary, pushing for the 16, and he's got a great chance of getting it potentially this year. So it's always going to be a tough battle out there in the first round.
It was a good game too, all the way to a tiebreak.
Yeah, it was a very good game. Both of us played decent bowls that night. decent out. It's good playing from Andy here. He's just doing what he's got to do, not giving him much room, stepping in.
Again, looks on the high side.
Three green.
Andy Thompson, you would expect would pop a fourth in.
Yeah, definitely. Just be looking to turn that jack around the corner a little bit if he can. Really close the end out. He's good again.
Well, that's hard to argue with. No, you've missed with 3 draw shots. Do you just try and play heavy and scatter this?
Yeah, he's got to hit this. I mean, even if he gets to Andy's last, drops away, he's probably dropping a 3. So he's got to be straight down this. He's not afraid to.
Doesn't waste any time. Off he goes. He's getting a hit.
It's a good strike. Saving a couple.
Jack will go on to the respot. It's 2 certainly. And 2 it will be.
Well, that's a good strike there from Dave.
2 shots, Andy Thompson.
Well, David Richardson will take some consolation from that. It's a good hit, but he needs to get his drawing game in order.
Yeah, he definitely does. It's there, we know it's there, because I mean he produced it against
Length
Mark in the opening
26
round.
meters.
So it's just a little different stage for him. It's certainly the biggest game of his career as to date.
Do you still remember the first time you played under the lights and the TV cameras?
Yeah, I certainly do, and absolutely loved it. First time I ever did that was against the reigning world champion, actually, Mr. Foster, down at Potters. Pretty much 10 years ago now, so time flies.
That was a better line.
He's a lot better with this. This is the one. Certainly gave him a big sigh after that one, I reckon.
Well, it's important for him, because Andy Thompson happily outdraw you all day long.
And he's left that one a bit. Chance there then.
14 inches.
Still drawable, same hand. He's gone out wide, staying well away.
One red.
I think Andy might be tempted here at the bolt.
Well, that's the problem. That's the consequence of not being there. Is that Andy has a chance. And if it's like the last time, going away from the commentary box, he'll have a little run. His opponent does have last ball.
Just on the top side. And he doesn't mince many these days on his runners, to be honest.
Just controls the weight quite nicely, doesn't overcook it.
Charles and Dave get a double here, getting right back into it.
Looked a better delivery.
He's certainly on a line. He's looking pretty good. Drops inside. That's enough for the double.
Oh.
He just dropped out the back.
There's one out.
One shot, David Richardson.
Just went a little bit through on that occasion. Getting on the card was the aim.
Interesting what he does with the jack here.
Up it comes.
Kept it longish.
Length 28 metres.
I've had a little change after the way Andy played the first end this way.
Left-hander coming in off his backhand here.
That's a great opener from Andy.
No, half an inch gap.
And he comes again.
Two great openers there from Andy. He's putting the pressure right on though here.
You feel the pressure just that little bit more when you've been dropping your balls short.
Yeah, it doesn't help. Got to give yourself a chance. Same again. Side of the green this way is a little bit heavier actually than the other hand this week. Lines are good on them, it's just that little bit heavier. And he's in again.
Green.
Played a huge bowl his last end coming this way, and he's got to do it again.
It's certainly harder, there's no room really to get through.
Just needs that yard on his last.
Oh, the thought process will be just don't be short, give yourself the chance.
Needs to run a touch, and he's played a good one. He's played a good one.
That is well
One
played.
green.
Cuts it down to one. Certainly doesn't mind playing the balls under pressure.
No, you don't want to waste too many though.
No. You can only get so many of them to go your way. Give him that a chance, and he comes. Just fell away.
Umpire.
If in doubt, measure.
And he always does.
1 green and a measure.
No point in having a conference about it.
And he'll be honest, he certainly hasn't got the best eyes on the tour. He keeps the umpires busy.
Just need another roll to make sure. Sandra McLeish going with a caliper measure. Certainly a gap there. Certainly a little bit closer. So it's between the front two balls.
2 shots, Andy Thompson.
Well, he just got there with his final delivery. And Andy Thompson is easing into this game, although the signs are there from Dave Richardson away from the commentary box end. It's coming together a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, Andy's played 2 great ends coming back this direction. Could have quite easily picked up a couple of counts of 4. Dave's just about hanging in there at the moment. Needs to string a couple of ends together, really.
Well, such is the nature of sets play. I mean, even if this set gets away from, play yourself into the game, give yourself the chance with a second set.
That's all you can do. I mean, he never gives up. Obviously, 7-0 down against Mark in the previous match, second set. Came back and won the set. So he's obviously got the fight in him.
Also to stay on the qualifier circuit for, I think, what, 7 years, I think he mentioned, and finally to make the breakthrough.
He almost got through in a couple of events this year as well. Lost in an International Open final, 2-1 on a tie break. Couple of loose openers there from Andy. Got a chance now. This is where he's got to step in. So Andy won't give you many chances out there.
Well, he was over grassing before. This way seems to be better. Just dip inside, as long as it holds. A little bit loose from Andy Thompson.
Certainly on a better road. Clean run round his front.
Oh, he's a little bit unlucky. Just wanted drowned there.
Sounds like that.
1 red.
You've got to be stepping in.
I mean, in general terms, they're not bad balls, but at this level, you've got to be there. You've got to be a foot and a half.
Definitely. I mean, Andy will think himself lucky at the moment. Possibly even, not sure if it's 1 red or 1 green, but the 3 loose bowls he's put down, he's expected to be 2 or 3 down, to be honest.
Marker favours red. As the shot clock goes off, because it hadn't been stopped, but just to keep you alert. He's drifted through. Yeah, if the shot clock goes down to 0, the charming buzzer noise goes, but normally it's reset.
I think that's just to keep Andy awake. I mean, he's not the youngest of guys, so.
Looks pretty fit though, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he does. I mean, he's a good role model, to be honest, Andy. I mean, over 100 caps indoors now for England. And he's just taken on the role as the junior manager for the under-25s indoors.
Dave, you're short. Might have been enough to get through, but it looked lazy. So there are the rings.
Umpire.
Certainly keeping umpire Sandra McLeish busy this afternoon.
Measure for shot.
So it's measure for the shots. Andy will be a bit cross at himself. It was a very loose end.
Yeah.
The way that he has started, he really could have had this set almost won by now.
Yeah, I mean, that end from Andy came from nowhere, really. He's been playing some solid bowls the first 4. Sometimes it can be hard if your opponent's not finding it and not putting bowls close. Occasionally it can just creep in. So there's a double, it brings Dave right back into this, and it is.
It's an easy double from that.
Two shots, David Richardson.
Now then, can he do something? He's brought the mat up slightly because he has been outplayed coming towards the commentary box end. So he has to do something different.
Yeah, he's got to change it this way. Andy's had 2 great ends, first 2. That's a big end for him here. Wins this end, he's right in the set. There'll be big pressure on Andy then, because Andy knows he could have quite easily almost had the set sewn up.
So a slightly shorter jack length. That's too short.
Certainly better here. Decent adjustment there from Dave. It's a lot better.
It's a good finish.
4 inches short of jack high.
Can you do it again? Really good second ball from David Richardson.
He's just left it again.
One green the measure. $14 inches.
He'll probably stay down the same. No, he is changing. A little bit careful now.
watches the jack, he wants it in towards his own balls. Ideally, he just wants to stop a little bit further forward. Just seemed to lose weight very quickly, that one.
Yeah, it just pulls up a little bit on that hand compared to the other. Might not have quite made that, but it's not a bad bowl where it's finished, mind you.
Yeah, Dave Richardson's going to get round that. Sometimes it's how it looks on the mat.
He's changed hands. He's giving this a chance. Just going under, I think. That's a great effort.
Still one.
If Andy can get to the back red, just drop it down. We're getting us count to 4.
Here comes Andy Thompson. Does it have enough to come through? And it comes. Through the shot. Came through.
Two shots, Andy Thompson.
He's just having trouble, you know, coming towards the commentary box, Dave Richardson. He's never really looked settled.
No, he's been finding the line coming this way better than the other, going away, but he just hasn't quite fallen into the pace yet. Of course, the more end you struggle, your arm does get that a little bit tense and feels a bit heavy.
Well, players will tell you, when you're playing well, you almost don't notice the ball being released, you know, because it's playing so well for you. When you're playing less well, you almost feel everything. The tension is there. It's almost in the way you're letting go. Sometimes, you know, your shoulder isn't quite as relaxed as you'd like to be.
You just generally overthink. That's the problem as well. The more you think, generally during a game, the worse it is. You just need everything to go on a flowing, simple.
Normal service resumed for Andy Thompson.
3 inches short, Jack.
Moving away from the commentary box after 4 loose balls at the last end.
Three inches short of Jack high. Two green.
It's another good effort.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 good bowls Dave's put down there, but obviously Andy's playing so well at the moment. He's just not giving him any room. I think I'd almost be tempted just to go with the next, just to loosen the arm up. He's got to win this end, and so the way he's playing at the moment, I don't think he's quite capable of getting the shot on the draw. Got a chance of both bowls.
Andy Thompson playing for back position. Here's 3 spot 2. Andy Thompson just checking the score, which isn't appearing on the scoreboard at the moment. He's 7-3 ahead. Alex staying with the draw.
So we're just on the inside line again.
If you were going to go there, you had to go with your third ball to give yourself a chance with your fourth. And I think he's made his final shot really hard now.
Well, there's still a possibility of getting both bowls without the jacks. I think Andy's got to draw. Andy will draw another one in here. Really close it down if you can. So sometimes you just need to get that arm going through. Just to the top side of the jack. Very good.
Very green.
The bowl further would have been absolutely perfect, but if he can get into the split and his last bowl on his front middle.
The target is slightly wider. We'll have to go chasing.
He looks under.
Away, but what's he going to get? Well, he actually got it in the ball. All the way back. That's a shot to red.
Could be picking a single up here, I think.
Looks like it from our angle. Well, it doesn't happen very often, but it does. You make sure you get there.
One shot, David Richardson.
Got it, and it was off that back ball. Boy, did it thump forward. It was probably just as well it did. Wow. Credit to him for the hit. Actually played a couple of very good balls in terms of getting in there with a heavy shot. Sometimes the result is in the lap of the gods, but you'll take it.
Definitely. I mean, it was a good strike. I mean, it was probably a bowl under from the ideal connection, really, but I think that'll certainly help him. I think he's got to attack a little bit more, to be honest. Just try and unsettle Andy a little. Certainly a better opener here as well.
It's much, much better.
So you can find another good one now. Put Andy under a little bit of pressure. He's not looking too bad, I tell you. He's played a great one here. Oh, great.
A good time to play to your best balls. Thompson will have to change his hand.
First time in the set, in the match, he's felt a little bit of pressure, Andy.
To red.
A little through, but in a good place.
You can see he's feeling a little bit more relaxed now on his whole body language on the green. He's played another good one. That's a good bowl.
3 red.
Thompson.
Better with this.
Very, very close.
Drops to certainly second.
1 red.
Well, you take being 2 up going to the last end with the last ball in your possession, so it's...
Yeah, I think Dave needs to get into this, giving himself a chance. Get to Andy's. 3 good bowls so far this end. Certainly giving it a chance. It's giving it a great chance.
Oh, what a shot this could be.
Might be unlucky. 1 in, 1 out, I think. Touch unlucky, possibly.
2 red.
Oh.
Played it to perfection.
It's 2 red. Andy Thompson may use one of his timeouts here.
I don't think he can change anything in his last bowl, Andy, really.
You've got to play. You've got to play on that and just hope it then comes back to your own. Just a little touch.
Timeout called.
All depends if he can see the edge of his own bowl. That's the key. If he can't, then he might attack it.
Andy has 4 timeouts remaining.
He can't afford to get the edge of his own bowl if he's up.
So what you're saying is if he can see the edge of his own bowl, the chances are that if he just missed the red one, he'd wing his own.
There's that possibility. That's the problem. And he's dropping a 4 then.
And the green balls fell.
That'll certainly make his
The
decision.
green ball
It's now 1 red.
has fallen, and it's actually brought him the second shot.
So it'll certainly make his mind up now. Just the draw.
Makes such a big difference, the 1 shot of the 2 at this stage.
Definitely, yeah.
So here's Andy Thompson, just wants a touch on the red front one, but he's stayed away.
1 shot, David Richardson.
Well, Robert, he's looked out the set on 2 or 3 occasions, so all credit to him for battling back, but now he's going to find at least a 2.
Like I say, he's going in the last end, 2 down. He'd have taken that 3 or 4 ends ago, definitely. The way Andy was playing, the way Dave started off, but say he's in the set. If he finds a first bowl, that's what he needs to do. If he can get his first close, it'll certainly put Andy under pressure. I've been in both situations myself, same as Andy, playing well and you just can't get rid of your opponent. And I've been the same with David, where you're just hanging in by the skin of your teeth, and you never know.
As you mentioned, this first bowl is key.
It's not a bad one.
Andy Thompson, Scottish International Open semi-finalist 12 months ago, world runner-up, round 2 of the International Open. Looking to find his way into quarter-final, first of the events for this year. And that is pretty good.
Yeah, almost perfect, really. We'll get down. He's got a big swinging bowl.
Position of the 2 closest balls. Yeah, no. Position of the 2 closest balls. How far am I and how far is Dave through?
Your ball is 1.5 inches. This ball here is about 14 inches. This ball here, the gap is about 18 inches.
Good, clear instruction.
Yeah, we're blessed with markers and umpires on the tour, really. Got some of the best in the game.
Oh, he doesn't like that overly much.
Poor ball from Andy.
There was options on the other hand. Perhaps just to drop between the red. I mean, what David Richardson's looking for is just to give himself an opportunity to get a 2.
Problem is, when you just make sure you're up, you just don't get back. That's the problem.
First and third.
One green in a measure, a favour 2.
Getting in amongst the red balls.
Yeah, just looking to get to David's centre ball really if he can. He won't be pleased with that. I don't think he'll be pleased with that. That could. Can't quite see from the angle we are, but if it's just in front of the length, that is certainly usable.
Well, what do you do here, Robert? Do you try and drive onto the front ball and knock it through? Do you just try and play with a little bit of weight to push it? You know your opponent's got right of reply.
Timeout called.
Unfortunately, he's got to play the shot which is so hard on this carpet, which is just up.
Remaining.
He's just looking to turn the jack round the corner.
So the set against him.
He's playing that hard shot. It should disappear underneath.
That's going to swing away. No damage with a green ball hit.
2 shots in the first set to Andy Thompson.
All credit to David Richardson, the 44-year-old from Lewes. Plays out the Grattan's club. Very shaky over the first couple of ends, but settled down, got himself into it.
Yeah, he finished the set pretty well, so it's given him the confidence now. You can see on his body language on the green has raised and is a lot better. So I think if he starts well, second set, he could push Andy in this one.
They won 3 of the last 5 ends.
Jack length 28.5 metres.
So the winner in 2007, Andy Thompson, he's reached the quarter-final or better in 7 of his 12 Scottish International Open appearances. Up against David Richardson playing the World Bowls Tour for the very first time.
David's found a good opener again. He's carrying the form from the last couple of ends into the first end of the second set.
One red.
Andy pushing this one up.
Andy's off ball.
16 inches.
They've certainly got an early chance in the second set.
One right.
comes Andy Thompson, rolling it out and drawing the shot.
He's played a good one there, Andy.
1 green.
So Andy Thompson has a little drink to refresh himself. We will be staying with the second set. Staying with the balls here, Scottish International Open in Perth. David Richardson of England, Andy Thompson, the Anglo-Scots. They've been chasing the ball there.
1 shot, Andy Thompson.
And Andy Thompson takes the opening end. But again, there's signs there for David Richardson. He played that, he wanted to lift the green ball. It was the right shot selection, just a little bit on the heavy side.
Yeah, definitely. He's certainly getting himself into the match now. Andy knows that. So Andy will be trying to step up another gear. So, I mean, playing English qualifiers or UK-based qualifiers is never easy on this carpet, because I mean the standard of the players are getting higher and higher coming through. As we've got to just look at the rankings and the players that are coming up. GR, who I played, Rob Chisholm, Jamie Chesney, obviously played earlier today. There's some quality players coming through.
Wade Hall get a little spell in the top 16 as well.
Still thereabouts, obviously. He's at the Worlds. So there's 4 or 5 players coming up through that could quite easily get into the 16.
The advantage of being in the World Bowls Tour top 16 is you're automatically qualified into the events. You don't have to go through the Professional Bowls Association qualifiers, which themselves are a test of stamina. And that's what Dave Richardson did, and this is why he's got his reward.
The gap of the red ball is 3 inches, the gap of your ball is 10 inches.
And it's one of the great things about the sport, Robert, is, you know, any bowler can enter the PBA qualifiers. Got to be pretty decent. I would warn anybody, you know, unless you were decent, but you can then, you know, come against the top players in the world if you can qualify.
Oh, definitely. I mean, there's so many players that play in these qualifiers, all levels really, just to get a chance. I mean, I've been fortunate. There's been players that have got through, the likes of Nicky, Stuart Anderson, Darren, Mervyn dropped out, got back, Les Gillett now, all come through the qualifiers. Mark Dawes obviously as well, and it is tough. The qualifiers are hard days, playing sort of 5-6 games in a day. And when you get through, this is a reward, and playing your top players on the blue carpet, it's what everyone dreams about doing.
Andy Thompson wants a little look at this. 2 good bowls from David Richardson. Andy Thompson will use a timeout here. In terms of timeout management, I mean, is this too early to use it in the set, or is it a good use of it?
It's always a tough one. You've got to use it when you feel right. That's the thing. I mean, when I played my first round, I mean, I'd use 3 in the first set, which does put the pressure on then going into your second set. I think Andy was just wanted to check the angles, because I think he'll be firm at this, looking for the 2 bowls down the forehand.
Well, he's exceptionally firm.
And he's got them, both of them. Great strike.
All the good work of David Richardson undone by the even better work of Andy Thompson. Great strike.
2 green.
Obviously get the 5 timeouts in both sets, and if it does go to a tie break, you do get an extra one.
Right, the handiwork destroyed. Let's see if he can return.
Doesn't look bad. cover-ups. That's good.
One red.
Well played. In a hard position to get out as well.
Great effort from Andy. Just needs a clear run.
Looks like the shots.
One green.
It's well played again. It's been a good end.
Oh, it's been a great end of bowls, really. They look to finish it off. Got a great adjustment to make from his last. Gets inside his last, he wins it. A little bit surprised, change of hand.
Wanted to be on the inside of the green balls. Perhaps just trying to touch the jack across.
One short, Andy Thompson.
But he played that hand so well with his third ball. That's what he saw. Was the repeat of the start of the opening set. Andy Thompson taking the first two ends, but the difference between the first set and the second set is the quality of the play. Both players up a notch.
Andy's had to work to win the first
Jack
two of this set.
28 metres.
He's certainly coming onto a better game now.
You mentioned Andy's taken up the coaching role with the under-25s at England. I mean, it's a good appointment. He's got the coaching experience at the Commonwealth Games with Jersey, and he can bring that across.
Oh, it's a fantastic job taking on opportunity for the youngsters. I mean, playing the under-25s and having Andy as your manager, there's just only benefits for it. I mean, they're going to learn so much having Andy at the helm. It's an experience. And, I mean, Nicky Brett's obviously involved on selection side of that as well. So I mean, having those two guys involved, I mean, it's great for the youngsters.
Well, as coach of Jersey, almost guiding them to medal in the pairs. That's a good ball. They lost out the women's pairs in the bronze medal match.
It's to the Irish girls, I think.
It was.
Yeah.
Would have been, I think, the first bowls medal for them.
I think that was Lindsay Grecian, I think.
Could be unlucky.
Yeah.
I did so many games at the Commonwealth Games that were starting to merge into each other. Fabulous experience.
Obviously a great tournament for the home nation.
Yeah, the whole Commonwealth Games were good for the Scots. 19 golds.
One red.
Dave's last ball, how far down?
7 inches.
Good ball from David there. It's a little bit harder for Andy.
Just try to come in and draw round.
Similar ball now for David, really. Turnover. A lot of it's just experience on the carpet, even though it's the game's the same, the carpet does play completely different to your standard club carpets. Good one here.
One red.
Well, he gave it a chance. He's just in amongst those green balls. Yeah, unlike, you know, club carpets, which are obviously put down, they're permanent. This is a portable rink. It's built in a certain way. The carpet's stretched. I mean, it's done beautifully to precision and perfection, but it just makes it a different surface.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this year's actually the lines on the carpet have been really good, and it's played really well. I mean, that's why we're getting such good heads on the drawing wise and everything like that. And so the bowls generally people use on here are generally different for your standard indoor players. We do use big drawing bowls. They're almost getting bigger and bigger these days. The tighter running bowls are never really used on here.
Wasn't too far away with that, Andy Thompson.
Timeout called.
I had to call a timeout there. I think he realised
David has 3 timeouts remaining.
that time was just slipping away. Well, David Richardson putting out the number 16 seed Mark Dawes, one of 4 seeds to go out in round 1. Mervyn King, David Gurley, John Price were the others.
Let's give this a chance. Just looking to get the top side of his own and lift. It's a great effort.
Oh, he's unlucky. I think he may still have held, as he brought the front one in as well.
Still certainly lies the one.
Umpire, please.
Well, they're going to check the front ball as well.
You can certainly see the confidence David's gone up with that shot.
It was a nice shot, nice touch. I mean, from that angle it looks like it's the green ball, but sometimes the angles are deceptive. Yeah, my reputation is intact.
One shot, David Richardson.
Oh, Greg Harlo in conversation with Stuart Anderson, 2 former world champions. Greg Harlo, great game earlier against Alex Marshall.
Yeah, I mean, on paper it was always going to be the game of the day, and it went that way. I mean, it was a great game between two bowlers at the top of the game, really. Greg's having a celebrating pint there at the moment.
Jack Clance, 27
He's got a day off tomorrow
meters.
now, so safely through to the quarters on Thursday.
You've got a busier day tomorrow?
Yep, got a game tomorrow. That's Mr. Gillett. It won't be easy. As a quality player, I mean, to get back into the 16 takes some doing. Get in once is good, but get back in, it's even harder.
One of our featured matches tomorrow to join us. As the top class bowls from Perth and the Scottish International Open continues. Place in the quarter final at stake between Andy Thompson and David Richardson. Never met in the World Bowls Tour. They have played each other down south outdoors. Andy Thompson leads that 2-1.
3 feet.
Solid forehand shot from Andy Thompson. His forehand is the backhand of the left-handed player.
Just needs a small correction from his first two. It's certainly better. It's a
Point
great
green.
offer.
How far is Dave through?
6 inches. One green.
Not far away, but you could see from Andy's body language that he knew he was dropping that one short.
Gives Dave a chance here. Drops a foot. That's a great offer.
And he comes.
Needs to run now for two. What a shot. Great shot.
Made the adjustment perfectly. Well, he was good with his third. He was even better with his fourth. Andy Thompson will know that he gave him the chance with his third ball. And now it's a hard look.
Not much room there for Andy now on the draw.
It's going to be perfect to get round his own.
Oh, he's not bad.
Oh, how about
Played
this?
an absolute bomb. That's a great shot.
One shot, Andy Thompson.
When you're facing a 3 times world indoor singles champion, nothing is safe. And that's a great shot from Andy Thompson. I mean, Robert, you take nothing for granted, but almost in his mind he's thinking, hey, I could be ahead here in this set, and all of a sudden Andy Thompson does that.
Yeah, from going 3-2 up, you're 3-1 down, and now you've got to win the next end, probably potentially keep yourself in the set and the match.
Jack length 26 and
So
a half meters.
And that's the big difference on here with players like Andy, Greg, Alex, Paul, Nicky. You're under pressure, heads like that, you can just pull a bowl out and turn the game. And you start with a good opener. Again. Starting to make Andy work for the shots now, which is what he didn't do in the first set, really. That's all you can do.
You're watching coverage of David Richardson playing Andy Thompson here in the Scottish International Open. We'll stay with this game until 6 o'clock, and eggheads will appear. I know, listening to Robert and I, you thought you were listening to the eggheads, but
One green.
How far am I off the position of the shot ball?
The gap is about 6 inches. 1 green.
Interesting what David plays here. He's got the hard shot down the backhand.
What would you play?
Not sure. It's one of those really. I mean, the backhand does look really good, but you probably got to play it a little bit quicker than you wanted to. But you got the chance. I think he's played the right shot. Obviously his backhand, I should say. Let's try and lose a fraction off his last. And he might have to cover here, I think.
Go into his forehand, just come round, try and draw it off that.
Get to the back 2 reds, cover the spot as well. He's played it well.
So if David Richardson goes with pace, Andy Thompson has the respot covered.
He's got one of them covered.
Well, the respot on the left hand side
Timeout
as we
called.
look, timeout is called.
David has 2 timeouts remaining.
Just depends on how he hits it, where it would actually go. I'm going to suspect that it may also bounce off the red ball. We've already seen one come back and come forward.
He's playing that hard shot, just trying to lift his own on the jack. That'll go away very quickly underneath there.
Yeah, that just won't hold.
One shot, Andy Thompson.
Well, it's a very tight, very cagey second set. Singles all the way. Andy Thompson, 3 up, 4 ends to play, won the opening set.
A couple of big ends coming up for David now. If Andy wins the next 2, it's pretty much match over.
Jack length 26 metres.
Good opening ball, foot or so, centre rink.
We're looking just for a very small adjustment here. He's looking pretty good. He's looking very good. Just now is just the time just to step up again. Certainly being added another one here.
Well, David Richardson proved that he could come back from a deficit when he trailed Mark Dawes, but he had a good number of ends to go. The problem here is if he loses this end, time runs out pretty quickly.
3 green.
He's basically got 2 bowls here, probably to stay in the match. Certainly on the better line. He's better.
Certainly a better ball. Now then, Andy Thompson. I think about a timeout here. He's got opportunity just to continue to draw. He could try and come off the forehand and just turn the red ball over.
Timeout called.
I think it's just the one. I think he'll be playing down the 4 now.
Just turn the red ball, is that his aim?
I think so. It's just a cold draw, and if he gets to the red and does drop it away, he's making probably a 3 or a 4. Is he running? He's certainly in for 2. That was the main one.
2 green.
Threw the shot beautifully. And now it would take a perfect draw to beat him.
David's got to change his hand now as well. Look to get to Andy's back green shot bowl. Look to drop off that.
Called.
It calls a timeout. Big ball for David Richardson. Looks high.
Just got through it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit pacey in the end.
Umpire.
Andy Thompson just explaining that you can't tell a measure. Certainly the back green one's not going to trouble things. Yeah, green ball's out.
Clear.
Yeah, it's going to be red.
Two shots, Andy Thompson.
He's just been there or thereabouts, Andy Thompson, the whole second set, just enough to keep ahead.
Yeah, I mean he's played some good bowls the second set, Andy, under pressure. And so he's just pushing through and getting the job done at the moment. Dave will certainly be looking to score at least to double this end, really.
Yeah, 3 ends to play. He realistically needs 2, as you say, just to give himself a chance. And that's the way to go about starting.
Yeah, I mean, he's played decent bowls this second set, Dave, but every time he's had something in there, Andy's come up with the answers. As he has again.
It's been pretty relentless.
Slightly short of Jack High.
Pretty good again, Dave. So all he can do is build a head up and just give him a chance with his
6
last.
inches.
Andy Thompson changes hand. This new Jack is the red ball. Just wants to come inside. Well, he could do it the other way and stay in front.
2 green.
Unfortunately, Dave's got that shot that no one likes to play. He's just got to give it a chance, really. And it's so hard.
Well, you're looking to play controlled weight. You've got 1 ball width to try and get. I mean, you're punished either way. You can hang, you can go tight very quickly.
It's a great offer. Gets to the bowl and drops.
That's a really good effort.
2 green.
Andy Thompson just checking his timeouts left here.
And he'll be looking at all the angles of runners here, whether his 2 bowls can go clean or bowl Jack respots. Just trying to work out what Dave will be playing.
We're taking the timeout.
Andy has 1 timeout remaining.
I mean, theoretically, if you strike correctly, both those green balls could go. It's hard to see without the Jack being unmoved. Let's see what he does.
Probably just look to get past the 2, I think. No, it's gone deep for the respot.
He's every right to take his time here.
I think he's got to play this reasonably firm. To be honest, look for the front green bowl almost solid. He gets the green bowl almost solid. There's a chance. Jack lock on the 2 red. His bowl could run through.
Remaining.
Don't want to over dramatise it, but it's the game right here for him. He's got to do something.
Yep. Reasonably firm down his backhand. He's playing the hard shot. Just won't get down off that line.
That's not going to come back.
2 shots, Andy Thompson.
Well, it's all over by the admin, really. Andy Thompson just dropped a single shot and a single end in this second set. Just been too strong. And he's certainly not going to lose 2 4s.
No, I mean, Davies played well the second set, but Andy's just say every time he's got something in there, Andy's had the answers, which is what you've got to do. You just got to keep in there yourself.
Jack length 26.5 meters.
Well, it's been a competitive set. To be honest, the score line in the second set doesn't reflect the match, I don't think.
it is a little bit harsh on him, to be fair. But I mean, he's beaten a seed. He's then come up against Andy Thompson, who's a player who's playing very well. Shaky first few ends, but he's got himself into it, and he'll certainly have the appetite to come and try and be here again. That's for sure.
Definitely. As soon as you get here once, you always want to come back. And that first bowl from David there basically does seal the match.
Yeah, he needed the 4, didn't he? We will be giving away nothing, Andy Thompson. We will be giving way to the eggheads, but it doesn't take a genius to work out that this one's over. Well, that first short ball, Andy Thompson will come in again. There's highlights tonight, of course, on BBC Two Scotland. It's one of these things, Robert. You know you don't want to be short. You can't be short with your first ball, and you just kick yourself when you leave it so far short. I mean, the chances anyway, you weren't going to do it, but you undo yourself, really.
Yeah, I mean, he had to give himself a chance. I mean, Andy will probably turn over now. Just put another ball somewhere thereabouts, but leave it away from his other 2 green. So Andy's just done a professional job in this second set.
Three balls to play in the match. And Andy Thompson will be happy with the way that he's played. He'll be happy the fact that he was tested. Played some good weighted shots in addition to the draw shots that he's played. The last ball of the match for Andy Thompson. There's one against him. There's no danger of a bigger count.
Well, if he makes 4 out of this, then I'd certainly be nipping down the shop and putting some money on the lottery tonight, I think. Well, it's been a great experience today. He's got through one round, beating a seed, and he'll certainly want to come back.
So Andy Thompson will find his way to the quarter-final of the Scottish International Open, a 2-0 victory over David Richardson of England. Nice way to finish for the Englishman.
2 shots, David Richardson, second set in the match to Andy Thompson.
Well, a very fine win indeed for Andy Thompson, and that brings us to the end of our coverage here on BBC Two Scotland. He's through to the quarter-finals. Jonathan Ross against Jamie Chesney, Darren Bernett against David Holt, and Greg Harlo against Alex Marshall, all on highlights tonight. Then we'll complete the quarter-final lineup live tomorrow on BBC Two Scotland from 1. For the moment, bye for now.